Thank you for the raid, Hellish Mist. Have a good one. But that's okay, Sean. Hellish Mist doesn't show his face. He just shows his hands. So we just know what type of guy he is from his hands. And he's obviously a very strong, independent, well-organized man. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you.
Still
are we winning, Levi?
Sharp is kind of
yes, we are winning.
So he's, he was pushed back a little bit on the bottom, but he's pushing towards the left on the top.
Because no matter who wins, the Terran still wins.
Not yet.
Although
in this game.
we're losing because I couldn't fix the light.
Tanks up here, and Speed uses this
having issues with my light.
To clear as much as he can, and he's mostly
flickering.
Just vultures,
I don't know why. One of the light bulbs died yesterday. Nice, 96% Valium Boy.
Here,
sheesh.
And you need to rely on
that's
like
so close, Valium Boy. 68,469. J-Dog's like, yeah, I know. I used to be one of the 6 dragons.
In the second key on
okay, I was on another page and I come back over to see it, deleted the message, make me curious how bad it was. But I don't want anyone else in trouble to satisfy my curiosity.
Yeah.
No, it's just one of those viewers. Oh,
distraught.
You know, buy viewers at this.com.
It's looking like, and each game like this is a precious snowflake.
Nice, thanks Valium Boy for the 8 cents, man. You're fueling my career, man. I really, really appreciate it. You're an amazing dude, Valium. Like, holy shit.
Skill intensive for both players.
Is that, like, when the dust settles here, it goes back into a 2-base Terran versus a 3-base Protoss.
I believe.
We were talking about the problem
here.
I love how a duck sometime is so fed up because of us. You can say fuck you MFK, you're an asshole. It talks true Valium B-O-Y.
Takedown. I think Speed... I could not be judged if he...
Indeed, Valium Boy.
He doesn't have to. He's fighting for his turn.
That's the idea. Well, we'll fix the lighting tomorrow, hopefully, guys. But as always, remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. It's like console commands in some porn games. It claims it works, but nothing actually happens. True, Sean. It's so true. That's like...
Do not drink water.
That's like...
Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna follow them anyways. So what's the point in making actual rules, right? And I have to drink water or drink something after I have a toke anyways. So forcing me to have a toke, that means I'm just gonna drink more water. One of the main things that separates the good celestial beings from the bad celestial beings. So even at the end of the day, Gaia won't break her code in the idea of the greater good, because it's technically not the greater good, because she knows at the end of the day they're all going to die anyways, whether they're eaten by anima, they die of old age, or the planet eventually erodes away. Eventually they will all die and return to her. So she's not going to sacrifice one of them on a wish and a whim, knowing that it's all going to return to her in the end. I believe we're just receiving the signal. We don't actually output the signal. We're just the vessels to receive the signal that's coming from somewhere else. And we only experience the minute effects that this physical body is able to portray, essentially. And that's translated through the physical into the non-physical through your brain. Through, like, some sort of mechanism in quantum mechanics with, like, wave-particle duality and, like, collapsing of the wave function. Quote of the day. Dwarves are a jape of the gods, but men make eunuchs. Alright, guys. Thanks for sticking around and hanging out. We had a good day today, right? Happy Easter, happy 420. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Difference between soft world building and hard world building. Kind of the same difference between soft magic and hard magic. Are you revealing a lot of your world? Yo, boys, we back. How's it going? So we figured it out. We got it working. We were having some issues, but it is what it is. So, boom, there we are. Took a little bit, but that's all we needed. There's actually an other program in the background that you need to have active, but of course it would never tell you that, right? That would be silly to tell you that you need an extra program to make sure that it actually types out what you want. You know, that would be crazy if they actually told you that. 5 Google searches later, and like 10 YouTube videos later, I finally got it to work. It was actually a complete accident, but hey man, mistakes happen, and sometimes they're good. I fucking know. All I know is it works. So we'll have to test it out with our tangents today and see what kind of interesting text we can get. So maybe this would be a good way to evaluate my speech pattern and the way that I talk and the words that I use, and then we can use that for a basis for evolving how we evolve our dialogue, I guess you could say. I think I might have been just a little bit fucking sick yesterday. Because, holy shit. I was like, man, is my weed bad? And I just taking a toke right now. I'm like, I must have been sick. Because, fuck. It's just actually good. Switched to playing irregular Sudoku today at Grandmaster level. Still just as easy. Well, once you know the tricks and the way that it works, you're pretty set with it, Sean. And it's mathematical, so it's not like they can fuck up the. It's, you know, it's like knowing how to solve a Rubik's cube. No matter how much you fuck it up, it doesn't matter because it's a mathematical solution. So once you know how to do it, it's no longer an issue to you, right? But today, guys, we have, because I was thinking about skipping this video, because I'm like, titles, I don't know about that one. And I'm thinking to myself, and I'm like, wait, why the fuck would I skip this? I write like 1 title a day. I better get better at writing titles, because titles are what catch the reader, right? So I definitely need to keep up with that. So anytime, I find this really odd. Anytime I instantly look at something, oh, I don't need that. I write it down as something extremely important, because for some reason my brain goes, ha, we're so good, we don't need that shit. And then I take a step back and I say, shut the fuck up. Yes, we do. Oh my god. But, also wanted to do this before we start, because I thought it was fucking hilarious. So, we have the TikTok account, right? So, yesterday I made the most retarded TikTok ever. So you've got speech to text going just to record everything. Well, just during my rant. So, like, for instance, it's on now, and then I just press the mouse button, and I just, like, turn it off. I wish I could fucking get this off the screen. I don't know how to... I don't know why this is here. I don't know how to move this, so it kind of just displaces everything, but it is what it is. I don't think you guys can even see the words that are on there, but it doesn't really matter. So... when we thought of this, like, cancer research AI thing, we made this TikTok, right? So check this shit out. Oh my god, I didn't know. I didn't know, guys. I'm sorry. You know? I guess I just found this out. So... how do I say this? AI is involved in cancer research. We have to stop this. They can't be using AI for this. AI is evil. We must destroy AI. We need to fight back. Like, I can't believe I didn't know this. They use it for cancer. They use it for that kind of... No, we need to stop this right now. Hashtag stop AI. Like, comment, follow. We must stop this before it's too late. Oh my god, I didn't know. And I get my first comment I've ever gotten on TikTok, and this guy's like, do you have any proof? I want to believe you, but I just need some proof. And I was like, yes. And then I quoted this article. Researchers are already using AI and mathematical modeling to better understand the complex data generated from the various genetic genomic screens and sequencing samples. And then another one of, like, specifically, like, government taxes going to research. Artificial intelligence is transferred... Okay, I didn't know it was this. It was supposed to link to something else. I don't know. But either way, it doesn't matter. I just thought it was fucking hilarious that someone actually responded to this. I was like, you can't tell this is clearly a fucking parody? It's so fucking stupid! And it got, like, one of my highest views. I was like, fuck yeah. Okay, we need to do parodies, guys. It's all about parodies. And do, like, the most ridiculous shit. Like this fucking, the shit that happened today with, like, the senator or whatever in the press conference. That shit was fucking funny. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on with people, man? And then just, like, instantly everyone's treating it like the senator's in the right. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Some people just don't know what's going on, guys. Oh, they made the comment just so you could prove that you're telling the truth, even though it's a parody. See, that's what I thought, Sean. That's what I thought. That's why I was like, yes, here is information. Have at this. That's what I thought was so fucking funny about it. I was like, you can't be serious. I gotta challenge this. So we'll see what happens. Pretty sure he's just fucking being a roach like me. We're just both roaches. To shove in the face of all the anti-AI morons. Yep. Fucking retards.
Your title is one of the most important things about your book. It can sometimes be the difference between you selling 50 copies a year and 5,000 copies a year. And most of the time, the best title is not the very first thing that you thought of, or like the title you...
I need to bring the notes over so we need 2 files on this one, though. We need the notes and we need the tangent, because I want to keep those 2 things separate. So this is notes on terrible titles. And the next one is Tangent 101. Okay, so we gotta make sure we do this right. Put that one there. That one there. Okay, good. Let's do it.
You called it when you were working on it?
I just want to make sure that this actually works while it's in this mode. This still works, right? Okay, I just can't see it. but that's okay. I just press the button, it turns off, turn it back on, we're good to go.
Usually not. So what we're going to do in this video is go over 13 strategies that you can
13!
use to find
Holy
the
shit!
absolute best title for your book. Not just in terms of a title that represents your book well, but also a title that helps you sell copies of the book. The first strategy we're looking at is
use a loaded word. See, mine's an oxymoron. The first book working title is Falling Dawn, and the second working title is Rising Dusk.
use a loaded word. So take a wild guess on what you think the loaded word is in this title, How to Escape from a Leper Colony by Tiffany Unique. So
Leper?
if you guessed leper or leper colony, that is a word or phrase that just springs out to you from this title and you're immediately interested in it as a reader. And another word that helps this title is the word escape, because it gives action to this title. Now we're wondering, oh, like how are they going to escape? Like,
well,
what
when
does
they
escaping
escape
from a leper colony look like? Another great example of
do we infect anyone on the way out of the leper colony? You know, leper colonies weren't like a prison. They're literally, oh shit, this is an incurable disease that can spread to other people, so you're isolated. It was like the first leper camps were like the first idea of like isolating a disease, like quarantining people.
Of a loaded word and a title would be in this one, My Sister, the Serial Killer by Oyinkan Braithwaite. So the word or phrase that jumps out immediately to you is serial killer, and it lets you know right away what this book is going to be about, and it promises, ooh, there will be murders. Not just one murder, multiple murders. But I think the word that helps elevate this title is sister, because now there's a familial connection. Like, what do you do when your sister is the serial killer? Do you turn her in? Do you protect her? I mean, there are so many more questions raised by just adding the sister to the title. Just make sure your title actually describes your book. Like, you can't use leper colony in the title if there is no leper colony in your book. I mean, obviously, don't fake the reader out. And my second piece of advice would be to run a poll on social media where you tell people what the title is and have them guess what it's about. That'll let you know whether the title accurately reflects your genre and the actual content of your book. Your second strategy is an emotional word plus a concrete word.
Emotional word plus concrete word. All right.
Word. Look at a book like The Secret Life of Bees by Sue Monk Kidd. So the concrete word here is bees, right? I mean, you can see a bee, you can hear a bee buzzing. It's very concrete. The emotional word is secret life. So obviously secret is a very loaded word, and it makes you intrigued. Like, okay, what is the secret life? How do bees have a secret life? Another example of this strategy would be The Bone Setter's Daughter by Amy.
Bone Setter's Daughter, damn.
Tan. The concrete word triggers the senses in our brain, and then the emotional word triggers our heart. And for our third example, let's look at The Forest of Hands and Teeth by Carrie Ryan. This one's a little bit more complex, but I would argue that the emotional word is probably forest, although it's a little bit concrete as well. But I think we have a lot of positive emotional feelings about a forest. It's calm, it's peaceful, it's green, like you go there for respite. I mean, it's very positive emotional feelings. And then we get to very concrete words that make us extremely worried. What are individual hands and individual teeth doing in this forest? Something is not right here. The third strategy is to contrast your title. Now this strategy is very easy. You just choose two opposite words. Look at a title like George R.R. Martin's A Song of Ice and Fire.
Rising Dawn. Falling Dusk. Or, sorry. Falling Dawn, Rising Dusk. Because the dawn rises, but we're falling. And the dusk falls, but we're rising. So, I mean, right? And it's two powerful words, I think. Falling and dawn, dusk and rising.
Ice and Fire, opposites. Or Dan Brown's Angels and Demons. Or if you want to go old school, go back to Tolstoy, War and Peace. But I think there are some more complex examples of contrasting titles as well, so let's look at two of those. First, The Sisters Brothers by Patrick DeWitt. So if you have two brothers and their last name happens to be Sisters, then you can have a title like The Sisters Brothers. And this next one is actually one of my favorite examples of a contrasting title. It is The Elegance of the Hedgehog by Muriel Barberry. If you think of descriptive words for hedgehog, probably the very last one that would ever come up would be elegant. But I think that's what makes this title so effective. A fourth strategy would be to create mystery. This title, The 7.5 Deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle by Stuart Turton. What really gets me is that half. Right? If you're like the 7 deaths, you're like, oh, okay, I get it. Like he comes back to life. Okay. But the half, you're like, what do you mean? What do you mean he died halfway? Like, how does that happen? And so it makes you want to read the book just from the title itself. Or look at this example, If on a Winter's Night a Traveler by Italio Calvino. This title works so well because you want to finish the phrase, right? It is only half of the sentence. And it's like you're leaving the reader with this unresolved chord. And the reader's like, if on a winter's night a traveler, what? I want to know. Or look at The Lake of Dead Languages by Carol Goodman. So we have this really evocative word with dead, right? So you sort of get a sense of the genre here. But then you have combining of the lake with dead languages. And it creates this mystery where you don't quite know what this book is about, but you sense that there are some mysteries that you're very curious about. And now we're to the fifth strategy, which is to pick a single
word. So I'd say, like, I do these pretty well, like, trying to create mystery. Like, I'd say that one would definitely be, like, Nepotism Unleashed. And it's like, well, what does unleashing nepotism look like? Well, what is nepotism? Nepotism is basically being raised through either power or money, and basically people that are Nepo babies usually are very self-centered and think that, you know, they basically own the world and nothing can touch them. And you unleash that on the world in the form of the son of a president, and you wind up with a fantastic story. Or like, what would one be for like emotional word and concrete word? I guess like dentist disaster. Because, like, the last thing you want to think about when you're at the dentist is a fucking disaster. And if a disaster happens at the dentist, oh, fuck. That's bad. Like, that's some fucking dental torture shit. Like, they forgot to freeze you or some shit like that. Where it's like, oh, God, no thank you. Like, when that guy was reading my my story, and he was like, I'm getting PTSD because of the scene when he's, like, throwing up from having the x-ray things in his mouth. And it's like, oh my god, yes, I could totally picture that. And, like, do I have a title with a single word? I don't think I have any stories that have a single word title. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? Guys, something's wrong here. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Guys, where are all my icons? What the fuck happened here? I'm so confused. Why is my computer so fucked up? I don't know if this is gonna break the stream or not. Okay. This makes absolutely no sense. Okay. So let's identify. This is number 2, right? It shows right there that this is number 2. So when I set number 2 as my main monitor should have all of my icons on it. Right? So I make this, it brings all my icons over, but now it's not the right monitor. I don't know how this broke, because at some point, it's like this broke like midstream. This is some fucked up shit. I'm just gonna drag everything over. It's gonna probably fuck everything over for later. But I don't know why everything is... over there. And now it's all fucked up. I don't even know what are these. Okay, this is... God damn. Why does this go like off? I'm so confused. I'm so confused, guys. I don't even know. And when I turn the computer back on, the whole thing's gonna get fucked, isn't it? Are we good? Okay, we got that. Got that. We got that. We got that. Where is that? Okay, there we go. Alright, sorry about that, guys. That's kind of fucked up. I love it when my PC just goes all... I don't give no fucks, bitch! Okay. Right, because the whole point of this was, I was like, let's look through the short stories. Now, like, what? Why is there this just empty spot at the bottom of the screen? Fuck if I know. Okay. So let's look at the stories. Mine. Oh, cryogen! I'm a fucking idiot. Cryogen is one word. The first story I think about. The story that's literally on the screen. I'm like, do I have any stories that are, one word? Imposter, interview... I think most of my titles are actually pretty loaded. These ones kind of suck, but that's to be expected. And what about... speedruns? So we have a couple one-word ones that are pretty decent. I think cryogen is definitely probably our strongest one word.
Single word. Sometimes it doesn't need to be complex, right? Sometimes a single word is the right title for your book. Look at Stephen King. How many of his books are simply the name of one of his characters? Carrie, It, Misery, Cujo. Now, if you're considering this, I would say that the danger of having a one-word name is that it is not very Googleable. If people know the name of your book and try to search for it and can't find it, that is going to radically impact sales. So if you can pick a single word, which is a little bit easier to find, then that's usually a best option. Now, the second thing you should do is to test your title. Google it and see if there are similar or identical names out there. Now, usually this isn't a legal issue. You can't actually copyright a title, so feel free to use whatever title you want to, but it's more of a Google issue, right? If someone searches for your book and another book comes up with the same name, are they gonna buy that one by accident? Though I will say, if you title your book Barry Potter and it's about a wizard going to a magic school, I mean, yeah, you're probably gonna get sued. Another example of one-word titles comes from Jonathan Franzen, who often titles his book with one singular word that's very symbolic and sort of weighty. Look at books like Freedom, Purity, Crossroads. Now, if you want to be like, hey, my books are ambitious, so take it and read it. I mean, this could be a good strategy for you, but it's pretty ambitious and you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself and promise something that the book actually doesn't fulfill by talking something about the nature of freedom. Like, that's what your book is promising with a title like that. So use caution when picking a title like that, but hey, it might be the right title for your book. The sixth strategy is theme plus
theme plus metaphor equals title. I mean, that's pretty formulaic, right?
Metaphor equals title. So how about The Heart is a Lonely Hunter by Carson McCullers. I've always loved that title. It makes you feel slightly wistful, like, oh, the heart is a lonely hunter. You get this theme with loneliness, and you also have this personification of the heart being a hunter. Or check out this one, Love is a Dog from Hell by Charles Bukowski. That is such a Bukowski title. I mean, if you've read Bukowski, you know that is like the essence of a Bukowski title right there. So hey, give it a shot. Maybe a metaphor title is the right one for your book if you can come up with original one that really strikes at the emotion. A seventh strategy for titling your book is to concentrate on the
focus on concrete, not abstract. Fuck. That's the one thing I can't do, guys.
And not the abstract. So here's a quick question. Do you have at least one word in your title which is a concrete word? And by concrete, I mean something that's like physical, that you could pick up or hold or see. So let me give you some terrible examples of this. Steinbeck once had a book that
wasn't Dawn. Technically, Dawn would be concrete because it's something you can see, it's something you can visualize, it's something you understand. And it's also something that is extremely, like, metaphorical, right? But we are talking about a physical dawn. The sun rising over top of the planet, because by the end of the series, the planet won't be there for the sun to rise. Duality of the term, yes, exactly.
Something that happened. That is the worst title I have ever heard in my entire life. What do you know after a title like that? I literally feel dumber just after saying those three words. Who would want to read a book called Something That Happened? Obviously something happened. Something happens in every book. But then Steinbeck wised up. He read a Robert Burns poem and titled that book Of Mice and Men. Two concrete words, right? Mice, men. Here's another abstract title that really didn't work. Then We Came to the End. It is a novel by Joshua Ferris. Guess what? Nobody could remember that title. It was the biggest book of the season, and everybody came into independent bookstores asking, hey, can you tell me about the Office novel? Because the whole novel takes place in an office. And the reason nobody could remember that title is because there was not a single concrete word in that title. Then We Came to the End. What does your mind have to latch onto? There's nothing. There's nothing in that title. Oh, but I have to say, it's actually a great book. You should probably read it. Now, if you need help coming up with a good concrete word for your title, I would recommend trying this. Take 10 of...
Well, I mean, like, maybe we should have tree in the title? I mean, we could literally call it The Crystalline Tree. Or something with crystalline tree in it. Be like Souls of the Crystalline Tree, or something like that. I actually kind of like that. That would be the series title, not... Yeah, exactly. That would be the series title, The Souls of the Crystalline Tree. Or even the soul of the crystalline tree. But I think souls is better, because it represents, like, the souls that are inside of the tree, that live inside of it.
of your favorite books in the genre that you're writing in and see what concrete words they use in their titles. It'll give you
Dragonlance for the book series, and like usually they're dragons of, so it's like Dragons of Autumn. I can't read that from here. Let's just look up what the titles are. Dragonlance books. Dragons of Autumn Twilight, Dragons of Winter Night, Dragons of Spring Dawning, Time of the Twins, War of the Twins, Test of the Twins, Legend of Huma, Stormblade, Weasel's Luck, Darkness and Light, Kendermore, Brothers, Marjorie, Riverwind the Plainsman, Flint the King, Cause the Minotaur, Gates of Thorberdin, Tennis, The Shadow Years. So it's like, they got a lot of different titles in there. But the main ones, the first ones, are the Dragons of. There's Dragons of Autumn Twilight, Dragons of Winter Night, Dragons of Dawning Spring. Like, those titles just evoke incredible imagery.
Give you a sense of what's being used out there and the sort of tone you want to go for your concrete word in order to tip the reader off like, oh, hey, this is the genre that I'm writing in. Now it's time for strategy number 8.
I mean, it could always also be magic. And it would make a lot more sense because magic, like, by the end you would know that magic comes from the tree. And the only reason magic exists in the world is because of the tree. Eight. Curiosity creators. So anything that creates curiosity in the reader. It's like, that's how I like about like Falling Dawn or whatever, right? Even though, like, check this out. It's already a book. But, you know, it's probably actually like 10, I was thinking that like, probably actually 10 or 15 different books called Fallen Dawn. It's too simple. That's why it's a working title. It's not the final title. It's just like, oh, I like that. Let's hold on to that and see if we can work with that, you know? It definitely involves the theme of, like, the world falling apart.
Curiosity creators. There are some titles that are so good they work as marketing engines and they're gonna make 2 or 3 times as many people buy your book. I think David Wong is an absolute master at this. Let's look at 3 of his titles. John Dies at the End. Great anticipation, right? That is a title that gets you right away. This book is full of spiders. Seriously, dude, don't touch it. Okay, this is fantastic because it's using reverse psychology and it's also got a meta level. You're talking directly to the reader. And lastly, what the hell did I just read? This is a great title that invokes curiosity because it makes you wonder, like, what exactly is in this book? Another great example in this category is Everyone in My Family Has Killed Someone by Benjamin Stevenson. 1, I'd think about joining a new family very quickly. And then 2, how? Why? And what the heck?
Does that mean
the last
he
example
also
in this
is?
category is a Dave Eggers book, a heartbreaking work of staggering genius. I love the air of arrogance that comes off from this title, but then you also know it's kind of like tongue-in-cheek titling your own book a heartbreaking work of staggering genius. So it's funny at the same time. I mean, so there are multiple levels that this is working on, but it's the type of title which can sell a book all on its own. Now we're gonna look at sort of a classic strategy to title your book. It's one of the most common ones. It is number 9, allude to popular sayings. So you could just use a straight up idiom for the title of your book, like a phrase that most people know. Look at something like Finders Keepers by Stephen King, or Motor Mouth by Janet Ivanovich, or Partners in Crime by Agatha Christie. All of those are phrases that we know as English speakers that are very commonly used. But I think it gets a little bit exciting when you decide to take one of those typical phrases and then just do a little twist.
Guys, I got it. The Adventurer's Adventure.
twist or a little variation on it. Look at this book from Douglas Adams, The Long Dark Tea Time of the Soul. Obviously playing on the long dark night of the soul, right?
That's actually a really cool, like, that would be a good title for the short story thing. Like, I've always thought of, like, you know, instead of like chicken soup for the teenage soul, it's like fish and chips for like the mature mind or something like that, right? To make it know that it's not necessarily like young adult, it's more like just slightly above whatever that is, you know? A little bit more dark and real, let's say.
Right, but by substituting the dark word, night, and instead saying tea time, which is...
And that's kind of what I do too, is like the idea, except I do it usually with a very like emotional descriptive word as opposed to a concrete word. But the essence of it is basically the same, where you're replacing a word with something that shouldn't be there because it evokes a different kind of meaning out of it, right?
Is so lighthearted, it's a funny substitution, and you get the sense right away, oh, this is going to be a funny book. Another place where you see this a lot is in the mystery genre. So you get titles like Murder Most Foul by Donna Andrews. So you get a sense, oh, there's going to be chickens in this. Chickens and murder. The 10th strategy of how to title your book is a simple adjective noun. Look at something like Dark Places by
Adjective noun. Dark Places
by Gillian Flynn, or Cold Mountain by Charles Fraser, or White Noise by Don DeLillo. When you are using this strategy, don't forget that the title has to reflect your genre. It should tip the reader off to what kind of book this is.
Like, how do you say a politically nuanced adventure story filled with, I don't know what you would call whatever, the more you learn about the world, the more you feel you're on the wrong side kind of thing. Morally gray in any aspect.
Gillian Flynn is writing suspense thrillers, so a title like Dark Places definitely reflects that. Do not try to write a romance novel with a happily ever after ending with the title Dark Places. You're just not going to sell anything. Look, when it comes to titling your book, you want it to stick in the genre and stick out of the genre at the same time. And here's what I mean by that. You want it to stick in the genre in the sense that you want the readers to know what sort of genre it belongs to, but you also want it to stick out from the genre because you want to promise readers that this is going to feel fresh, this is going to feel original. It's not something that they've read 10,000 times. You want a title that will still bring attention to itself while belonging in a firm genre. The 11th strategy is to draw from...
Ooh, I like that one. Draw from poetry.
Poetry. Now, I'll say right off the bat, like, this is not a technique that you can fake. Like, you actually have to read poetry to be able to pull this off. Thankfully, I love poetry. I love Mary Oliver and Wendell Berry and Jack Gilbert and poets like that. And as I read poetry, sometimes I will make marks in the margin saying, like, you know what? This would be a really good title. And actually, a lot of authors have used this technique, like in The Lovely Bones by Alice Sebold. That's a title that comes from the poem I Knew a Woman by Theodore Redka. Another example would be For Whom the Bell Tolls by Hemingway. This is a title from John Donne's Meditation 17. Or Dying of the Light, which was a George R.R. Martin title, a sci-fi novel before he got into all the fantasy genre. That comes from Dylan Thomas's Do Not Go Gentle.
What the fuck is this stream? Maddie OX is fat. Welcome, welcome. Ahoy, bastard! Levi, this shit is ass. True, Maddie. That's what it's all about. Shake that ass.
Into that good night. 12th strategy you can use when titling your book.
Well, you're not a reader, Maddie? You're not a writer? Why are you in the writing section if you're not a writer or a reader? You know? Titling things is very important, especially for having lots of short stories and stuff like that, right? But hey, you know, to each their own, right?
Is to squeeze in
ambiguity. Remember, we're not using all of these at the same time. It's which one of these strategies fits well for the story,
So
right?
Claire Massoud has this wonderful book called The Emperor's Children. And we read it for a book club at an Italian restaurant in Pasadena, California. And I think we spent, gosh, probably at least 30 minutes debating about the meaning of this title. For starters, we were like, well, who?
I'd say welcome to Tangents in Bold. I'm the only one watching you. You're the only one watching me on Kick, Maddie.
Is the Emperor? Does it refer?
But if you notice, I'm the only person streaming in the writing category on Kick, which means the writing category on Kick is actually, like, very small. Get off Kick, go get a job, my brother. I mean, I do have a job, Maddie. I just do this for fun to keep my writing up, right? Get to then. Dude, you're great. You should start streaming, bro. With the humor like that? Hell yeah. Get that banter going, motherfucker. That's what it's all about.
I hate this fucktarded too. He's so annoying with that lisp. Fuck me, he's also a fucking hoe.
True.
Refer to the patriarch Murray and all of his children, or does
Nobody should have to work 2 jobs. If anyone does, the government fucked up. See, I agree with that, Sean. But then again, there is the possibility that you fucked up, right? My struggle is a medical condition, so it's like, yeah, it's understandable why I'm in the place that I'm in. I mean, I could be in a completely different place, but hey, I'm not. Fuck it. It is what it is, right?
Does it refer to Han Christian?
Just say the fucking cuss word, my brother. Cuss word? You mean...
Cum dumpster fuck hole bitch pussy ass femboy shit?
True.
Christian Andersen tale, The Emperor's New Clothes, and it's sort of like a metaphor or commentary on the story. And there were several other, even wilder theories about what this title could mean. So if you're trying to use this strategy, you want a title that opens up after the book is finished, where people can debate what it's...
My take here goes without saying. Levi's not a fan of this type of content. It's okay. We just stick to the reading. It's all good. You don't have to be a fan of that. I mean, it is what it is. That's why it's not a stable part. Stop talking about your fantasies. I believe whore instead of hoe. Maybe that's the one you went PC on. Well, I was just trying to use a different word. But I guess so. I mean, if that said, it's often the government's direct fault. So sometimes it is the case that the government fucked up. I could definitely see that. Now, if you have to get 3 jobs, what then?
Exactly did that title mean? And they can find multiple good interpretations for what that title is. Maybe at this point you're like, listen, John, I watched this whole video. You have some great ideas, but I still don't have a good title for my book. Okay, well, this last strategy...
It's not like watching this video is going to instantly give you a good title. It's going to give you a direction to go for that title. To be like, okay, well, we have a basis and a foundation for how we do. I'm assuming these are 3 part-time jobs and that you're not doing 120 hours. Yeah, Levi, because you can't get a full-time job, so you have to work multiple part-time jobs to make up for that. So you're working, and you're probably still not even working 40 hours a week at these 3 different jobs. Because you're getting, like, 2 days on this one, 2 days on this one, 2 days on this one, 4-hour shifts. Which is, like, absolutely nothing, right? And maybe it's 3 and 3, and, like, you work 2 jobs in 1 day. Homelessness is the government's fault. At least in the US, you can't even rent a camping site without a stable address. You also can't get a job unless you have a place. So if for any reason you lose your place and no family or friends can put you up, then you're stuck. The streamer's mom be working 3 jobs, 3 different corners. True, Maddie. She put the bread on the table, man. I can't complain. Me, my brother, and my sister, we definitely don't look alike. So you could be going in the right direction with this one, you know? Like, I'm a blonde in between. My brother's like tall, dark, handsome. My sister's like tiny, ginger. Like, I mean, man, you know, we always said my mom just had a night out on the town and never told my dad. So, yeah, it is what it is, right? I mean, whatever brings the butter home, man.
It's for you. It's number 13. Try title mapping. What I want you to do is write down on a sheet of paper a whole bunch of words that you...
Honestly, regulatory burden has a pretty rough impact on homelessness. I'd rather the homeless live in poorly built houses than under highways. I mean, at some point in time, Levi, couldn't we just build something like... It's not a prison, right? It's not a prison, but it acts exactly as a prison does in the fact of, like, housing and like food and like providing a job. So it's like you can go to these places as a homeless person, they board you up, they feed you, and they give you a job that pays you. We should just kill all the homeless. They for real a waste of breath. I mean, see, but there's also what happens, Maddie, if your house burns down through no fault of your own, and you're waiting like 3.5 months for the insurance money to come through, but you're waiting because you don't immediately get the insurance money. There's a waiting period. So your house burnt down and now you're in this 3.5 to 4 month waiting period. So you're gonna spend like $5,000-$6,000 on a hotel for 3.5 months? What if you can't afford a hotel? Right? What if you're just barely getting by, your house burns down? You've got like $74 in the bank. All the food that you just bought is gone. So it's like there are, like, you have to think of nuanced circumstances, right? There's ones for like $67 a night. Yeah, but like, if you have $74 in your bank account, and you have absolutely nothing, and you have to wait 2 weeks for your next paycheck that's only $600, 14 days at $67 is what? $800, $900, that's like $1,100. That's like $1,100 for those 2 weeks that you're waiting for your paycheck. Now you're $500 in debt. But I'm just saying, Maddie, like, there are instances where you don't have family, you don't have anything, and now you're homeless for 3 months. So in that instance, now I'm not saying you're wrong, Maddie, but I'm saying there are nuances, and the question is, okay, well, the question is, brother, that would you be willing to honestly say that if your house burnt down right now and you became one of those homeless people, then would you accept that the government was going to kill you? Because we actually kind of talked about this yesterday, and I said yesterday that if I knew that my death would help society in the fact that, like, I have the Simeon's crease, I have seizures, I have epilepsy, I have a shit ton of stuff wrong with me. If there was eugenics in the world, I would be dead at birth. I wouldn't exist. So on that premise, I feel like I could say I am an advocate for eugenics because I'm someone who would be a victim of it. And if you're going to consent that you could be a victim of it and still propagate it, I think this is the same confidence as I'm Canadian, so, you know, it's not the same for me. But Americans with the First Amendment, or sorry, the Second Amendment. Second Amendment's guns, right? First Amendment speech, Second Amendment's guns with guns. You are an advocate for the ownership of guns by being a supporter of the Second Amendment. But that also means that you are lining yourself up for being a victim of gun violence. So there has to be a suspension of disbelief in your head, or a disconcerting divide, that you are supporting something that could essentially be used against you, but in the grand scheme of things on a societal level, it is a bonus. I should die. I mean, technically all of us should at some point, right? I mean, we're all human. Humans make mistakes. Shit happens. We have to get over that. We're always talking about killing poor people on this channel for some reason. I was told this too is guns. Yeah, I got like 25 straps. Nah. There's a thing called hunting. Yeah, I'm Canadian. Hunting. I live in a tiny town in Canada. Everyone has guns here for hunting. Hunting is fucking huge here. Like, half of the food stock in the entire town is from hunting. Gun violence isn't an immediate consequence of the legality of firearm ownership. Gun violence is still illegal. Yes, Levi, but this is the question. If the Second Amendment didn't exist and you couldn't get guns, the amount of gun violence would go down probably by like 80%. Because only the people that could get guns could get illegal guns. So by the fact of you supporting everyone being able to have a gun, you are in fact supporting the rise in gun violence. Incorrect. Laws against guns don't remove guns from criminals. Having guns in legal citizens' hands reduce gun crimes because there's a decent chance the criminal will get shot, but if nobody who follows the law has a gun, nothing stops the criminal who doesn't care from shooting you with one. Exactly, Sean. But it's still the fact of there are accidents that happen. You are a transgender for something like that. No, I'm just a femboy who likes to dress up occasionally and feel pretty. I am a dude. I am a male. I am a man. I just like to experience the feminine side of the world because I have a very open mind and I'm bisexual. And I love me some hot food at Tommy Mommy's, bro. That 9-footer with a 12-incher? Fuck yeah, buddy guy. Yes, Maddie, it's a good time, you know. Stimulating your prostate is very, very healthy. It can reduce prostate cancer by up to 20%. Did you know that? Take shits regularly, my friend. Clothing doesn't have gender. No, Sean, clothing doesn't. Neither does makeup. But we associate gender with it, right? And that's kind of a social and, like, societal structure that we have. I am weird, Maddie. Thank you very much. You know. Was doing some about reading and writing. Yes. Makeup was invented by a man to make his prostitutes look like they just finished with a client. Wait. Now we are talking about fucking asshole sex. I mean, I write spice too, Maddie, but I mean, you're the one who brought... How could you say that, Maddie? You're the one who brought up trans/crossdresser thing. You know, it's not... It like, we may have just had a full moon werewoman stream, but, you know, it is what it is, right? We bring it comes into the Nah. Don't turn this back around on me, motherfucker! That's some reversal, some fucking projection motherfucking shit right there. You kind of made it into a tangent. I know, Levi, that's kind of the whole thing. Rouge and lip paint were invented by a man specifically for his prostitutes. No, I like pussy. I like pussy too. Pussy's not bad, you know? But what I'm saying, Sean, what I meant with that is, what do you mean that, like, they just finished with a client? I don't understand. Like, my brain doesn't connect the dots between makeup and just finishing with a client. How does putting on makeup make it look like you just finished with a client? I love pussy. Do you get some, though? See, the thing is, Maddie, I could, but I don't. And I think that makes it so I can more. Because it's like making chicks want you by not allowing them to have you. I got a lot of friends who are chicks. Women get red in the face after finishing. Elevated blood pressure and whatnot. So it's just literally to make it look like their face is amped up? That's interesting. I mean, I understand. I'm just like, huh. And why are we doing this? To make it look like... Because again, this still doesn't catch on, Levi, because I'm like, wait. Okay, so the logic here is that they just finished with a man, which means men want them, which means there's a higher chance that somebody would take the prostitute if they thought that they had just been with someone, reaffirming, hey, someone chose this, I want to make the same example. You want your shop to look busy. So they look popular, so you might pay for them yourself. Okay. Because, like, in my mind, I'm like, I'd want the prostitute that looks like it hasn't been with a person recently. Because I wouldn't want the immediate sloppy seconds. But, I mean, if you're getting a prostitute, like, I don't think you give no fucks. Oh, speaking of which, guys, did you see this? It, they, them. A prostitute doesn't have to be a female, Levi. I could be going after male prostitutes. You never know, okay? This bitch got banned on fucking OnlyFans. Let's just go to Twitter and let's just do this. Bonnie Blue banned on OF. This bitch got banned on OnlyFans. Probably gotten over 1,000 lap dances in GTA. True, Maddie. See, now you're thinking. Now you're putting on your thinking cap, brother. That's what it's all about. So, her last thing was she wanted to, Jesus Christ. She wanted to, she, like, fucked 1,000 dudes in a day. And now she's like, oh, I want to be put in a box in a house and then just open to the public so anyone can come in and do whatever they want with me. Dude, there's a gay strip club in GTA 6? What? Shit, brother. I mean, I guess it is San Francisco, so that kind of makes sense, right? I mean, that's fair. For sure, right? We gotta have some flopping in our faces, for sure. All about that. Miami. I don't know where it's set. I thought it was set in Florida, in San Francisco. Is Miami a part of it? You would fit in? Oh, hell yeah, Maddie. It'd be fucking amazing, bro. We'd be having some good times. But yeah, apparently, the reason that she gets banned, or got banned, San Francisco is in California. Oh, I don't know anything about America. Hell, I don't know shit about Canada either. Fuck it, I'm retarded. That's why we have this. We just full retard, guys. We just going full retard. But yeah, that was funny. Getting banned for being too much of a hoe because they couldn't verify everyone's age. So they were worried.
It's not nice to say retweeted. Obligatory line typed.
True, Sean. But we say it anyways because we are not politically correct. We are as far from politically correct as fucking possible. True, Maddie. Us, 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 us. It's all about us. California has LA, San Fran, and Santa Monica. Florida has Miami, Tampa, and Orlando. Absolutely no idea the difference between those. All I know is that, like, there were some... Like, what was the last GTA set in? Wait, was GTA 5 set in San Francisco? Is that what I'm thinking of? Not GTA 6? Cali, hot and dry. Florida, hot and wet. That's it. Los Santos. It's styled after LA. Oh, okay. I could see you living in Oregon. I straight up be some Alabama bullshit up in here, boys. We be some far south motherfuckers for sure. Ain't quite no Texan though. All right. Anyways, let's carry on with this. Title mapping. What the fuck is title mapping?
Associate with your novel. It could be the mood of your novel. It could be concrete things inside of your novel. It could be characters. It could be conflict. It could be themes. Whatever words you associate with your book. Then what I want you to do is simply cut those all out so they're individual words. Now we're going to play the game of refrigerator magnets. And what I want you to do is mix them up and look for strange or unusual combinations between those words. And I'll just give you an example of a title that I think might have used this strategy. I don't know whether he did, but it seems to have followed this strategy. The Raw Shark Text by Steve.
Interesting. Nah, where all the gays are. Wait, all the gays are in Oregon, Maddie? All the gays are... I thought all the gays were in California. I thought California was like the gayest state in America. You'd fit in Portland? I'd say Washington, you'd fit in without anyone noticing. Well, that's funny, Sean, because if you look at the map, look at where BC and Vancouver is. Like, let's go, let's go Google Earth. Monsieur Itok, you have given me a new character idea. Knight. True, Rick. I am super glad that I can help out, brother. And have a great night, good sir. Thanks for popping in and hanging out. Always a good time to see a fellow writer, reader, and enthusiast of the creativity. Okay, why can I not find this? Oh my god, I hate Earth. Reorient to north. 1K words? Nice! Okay, look. This is Vancouver. Right? And this is Washington. This is probably the reason why you would say I would fit in Washington. It is literally, like, people... Like, the crossover here, because people go to, like, would cross the border to get cheaper groceries and stuff like that. Like, everyone would go to, like, the American Costco in Bellingham. Because it's only, like, an hour-and-a-half drive. And you'd save, like, $600 to $1,000. It's insane the amount of money you save by shopping in America. But, yeah. That's just cray. Of your bubble points and works, I'd say. Nice! Good job, Rick! Keep collabing, keep evolving, and keep, you know, extending your knowledge. Because every tiny bit helps, and you never know when that little tiny nuance is going to be the defining factor that people find in your writing. And they'll be like, man, I remember when I learned that, and it changed everything for me. Yup, just go straight down the bottom, and that's me on the border between Washington and Oregon. Nice! Kelso, Longview area for me. Ah, interesting. See, I moved to Alberta now, so it's a lot different than being in Vancouver. A lot fucking different than being in Vancouver. But, I mean, it's a tiny, tiny-ass town. So, it is what it is.
Stephen Hall. I love how none of these words seem to match up with each other. One, we have this power word of like shark. Okay, yeah. I love shark in the title. That's a good start.
Shark strong, shark good.
Like text, which is very like.
I lived in the other Vancouver, aka the Couve. Not quite sure, Sean.
Literary, and you're like, huh? How do those two things match up? And then you combine those two with the word raw. And
who's eating raw shark?
Shark sushi lately. You don't think of raw sharks. It's such an unusual combination. Maybe you combine 3 of those words that you wrote down in a very unusual way, and hey, that becomes your title. If it grabs the attention and if it describes your book in
Husai's Crystalline Adventure. Like, I've been doing this in my head, and it's like, that's what I came up with. Husai's Crystalline Adventure. Fuck. How does it not work, Levi? What's wrong with it? Well, yeah, obviously, I just randomly came up with it. That was just the one that I just figured was the best out among all this shit. But yeah, it definitely doesn't evoke anything in you. Destiny of the Crystalline Tree. See, I think I'm just focusing too much on the Crystalline Tree, even though that's not like too much of a significant part. Maybe we focus more on the landscape, the Beastmen, and like the falling moon. What about I don't know if it should be like the long lost or the sacred texts of, but like something like that, like a first part, and then something like or like the histories of a time without a moon or something like that, and play into the fact of like the old era falling moon and like this new era that doesn't have a moon. It's like, I think that's a fascinating aspect to tell people, oh hey, there used to be a moon, but there isn't a moon anymore. I think that drives intrigue into people, like, oh well, why isn't there a moon anymore, right? And that's kind of a huge part of the book. Well, if there isn't a moon, there's now magic, right? So I think that actually plays more into it. It's like, let's try and think of like the theme of like a utopia thrown together with after the moon fell. Yeah, something like that. But it's more like you don't want to tell them that the moon fell out of the sky. You just want to tell them that the moon's not there anymore. So they don't know how the moon isn't there anymore. They just know that the moon isn't there anymore. A world of moonless nights. That the people in this book don't know what a moon is, Sean. They've had references to it, and even in the first thing, it's like, oh my god, this guy who's like an archaeologist who knows everything about the Beastmen is like, dude, that's the moon! That's like the second orb in the sky that people said used to be up there. I've heard about it. I've never seen it before, but I definitely know that's what that is. Everyone's like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude. So like, definitely let that one cook, but you have to play with the there is no moon in the sky. I think that's like the strongest point that we could go with to create the intrigue.
Some way, it might be the right title for you. So I hope through watching this, you either found a
Tales of the Moon Time. I'll write that one down. Because it's like Tales of End Times, but it's the Moon Time. Okay, we're just gonna fire some off. So we got Moonless Utopia. Wait, that sounds like a birds and bees book for girls. Tales of the Moon Time. That's great, Sean. You're totally right. Worse, it's a guy's journal of his experiences with his mom and all his sisters. Oh my god. I'm thinking like, Dragon Sins Moon Eater. Or like... like Savage Sky. Mom got pissed this month. She asked for ice cream, and I brought the type she always wants, but she screamed at me because it wasn't rum raisin. Yeah, so like histories of moonless nights. Eddie in the mix! Yo, yo, yo! How's it going, brother? How are you? How is it going today? We are doing titles. And so far we've gotten Tales of the Moontime, Moonless Utopia, Dragon Sins Moon Eater, Savage Sky, Histories of Moonless Nights, Sir Itzhak Cashion Lyle. He is a master of the Four Forges in the kingdom/world of Icria. He lives near one and check. I mean, yeah, I like it. Or what was it? Husai's Lunar Experience. And check up on the others and how they are doing. He makes whatever he wants. However, he is a more conservative person whom uses only the finest items and ores to make a decision that wastes absolutely zero of the ingredients he is using to make a specific item. For example, a sword. He uses all the items without wasting resources. He also is a bit of a magic user. A galaxy dust, which he enjoys while fighting enemies. He also is a bit of a mag-ug user. I'm guessing that's like a drug? Fighting enemies, however it makes him a tad bit erratic at times. Moon Moffats in titles might be overplayed. Motifs. Very much so, Levi. I could definitely see that. Yep, correcto. Egg salad, Rick. That is fucking badass. I love it. Sister Jenny was clinging to me for half the day, then embarrassed, acting like it was my fault for the rest of the day. Night, Cerrito. Night, Rick. Take care. Don't use too much of that portal fluid, you know. We're running low on it. Just to let you know. Take care. Let's do one more. Just one more. Like the sky-breaking tree? Meanwhile, Sister Flora was sobbing on my shoulder all night when I just wanted to go to bed, but I dared not move or else the she-demon would rise up and rend me asunder. Makes me glad I only have one sister there, Sean. Excerpts of Tales of the Moontime. Go write it right now, Sean. It'd be a great grounded, like, you know, young adult kind of type story. I think it will work really well. Let's see. One more good one. Reckon focusing on the tree and specifically the civilization that inhabits it might work better for a title. We need to find a male writer who grew up without a dad but like 5 sisters. Then he can just change the names and tell what his traumas were during his upbringing, surrounded by all those hormonal women. Oh my god. That or focusing on the mystery of Husai's humanity. See, that's another thing I was thinking, Levi, is we haven't done anything with, like, Husai. It's like... I like this one. It needs, like, a little bit of tweaking, but, like... The last human or the first human? It's like you don't know. Is he the last human in existence or is he the first human in existence? Maybe something like that. The last or the first? The first or the last? The last or the first human? The first human or the last? The last human or the first? Some combination of that. I think that would also be interesting. Also, you know God has a sense of humor about women's time. If they live together for long enough, they start to cycle together. Yeah, that's a biological thing, so that when there were multiple women with one man, when we were in, like, herd time kind of ideas, you know, basically it was like mating season was all in one, and that would allow the men to mate and then go out hunting. Instead of being like, oh, well, this guy has to come back at this time to mate, and this guy has to come back at this time to mate. At least that's what I think, like, biologically is the reason for that. Is when you bring in more women into the group, it all aligns under one... And that happens with, like, basically any animal, too. That's why all, like, the females go into heat at the same time. But, again, it's a very fascinating idea overall, right? But guys, I will say it's a success. Guy came into the chat. Guy said this is ass. Guy stuck around for like 30 minutes. I think that's a success. You know? Socially, it makes sense. So they can hang out while both are off their rag. That makes sense too, Levi. But not every woman is, like, crazy, you know. It's just there are extremes of them definitely being crazy. Okay, I don't think we need this. We didn't even use it. Too much work. Oh, is that why everything was off? Here's TikTok. I need this to be, like, in the same freaking order that it was. I don't even know why this is down here and why this is down here. It should be down here is, like, stream, short stories, FFY, YouTube. Actually, YouTube at the end, TikTok there, and then that there. It's like, I don't know what the hell was down here before. I mean, we could even bring this down here. Okay, that makes more sense now. I don't know why the thing freaked out, though. That was fucking annoying. But anyways. Okay. We have our titles. And now we are... Gotta go play my ye old sword and sorcery game now. Alright, sounds good, Levi. Enjoy, good sir. Tend to snag the free games off Epic every week. Today's offering looks like a Sims clone about building your own hospital. They normally charge 30 USD for that too. Damn! That's some shit, bro. Okay, so we want... Cryogen, new scenes, and Grok edit. Watch the demonstration, getting a good spot to watch. The gate on the opposing side, panic, might need to be rewritten. Okay, let's look at this scene and see if we actually do need to rewrite this. That should be the first thing that we do. Let's see what this actual scene is and what we're comparing it to. Totally forgot I had Abduction on there too. I'm at 368 games in my library and never paid for a single one. Damn, Sean. That's cray. That's cray, bro. Alright. Well, I knew something was off. Apparently I packed a bowl, but I never smoked it. So I'm fucking retarded. All right. Okay, so where are we? Chair, access port. This needs to be reference another scene above, some point. Truck stop meeting, discuss other truck's progress of time. I thought we got rid of this. Did I not save? Because we deleted this. I'll instruct from the chair and enter the access port. This feels like this is messed up. This is the Gorgalic. This time, the autopilot in Unicef's functioned. With a yawn and a crack of his back, he thought of the anticipated moment to come. Yeah, and then he gets the response. So, entered the access port, heading for the canteen. Sat down. Turned on the terminal. Last a response. Okay, okay. This should all be good. I'm just gonna add this to the dictionary. Jervik. So there's no C in it, it's just Jervik with a K. Talent. Whoops. Okay, this is all about that. This is just kind of like setting up the fact that he's getting these. Promote his company as investments. Conflict. He is outmarket the other captains. Someone calls him a liar. Oh, this is the scene that we wrote, isn't it? But we changed it, and yeah. Galactic travel 80% of the way there. Right, this is in like 8,000 years, 9,354. Okay, so we already wrote that scene. That's perfect. And that sets up for him being called the oldest man in existence. The oldest human to be alive. Hexlop, there's no way. Main product of this lab. Okay, so this is the transition we were worried about, is we received offers from captains. The potential of this endeavor was rising. There was an announcement that the demonstration would be starting soon and all participants should return to their ships for alignment. Jervik sat in the captain's chair waiting instructions. New autopilot on the Struggler's Cove could sync and lock with the main structure. Its twisting spires pressed across the surface of a plated ball, each one a different lab for different research. The main product of this lab was nanochips. Technology of the quantum connector. So that's how it transitions from the ship to the station, and what the station's about, and why they're there. Well, the reason they're at the lab for nanochips is they're using nanochips to create the Stargate. So it makes sense that the Stargate demonstration would be around a lab that makes Stargate, so you didn't have to travel anywhere, right? And it also kind of shows a level of either stupidity or confidence in the fact that they're doing it not in the middle of buttfuck nowhere in case everything blows up and everyone fucking dies. They're like, at least we're, you know, doing it next to a station that, like, if that does happen, it's like a lot better / worse, because there'll be like ability for cleanup immediately and like ability for like rescue immediately, but it could fuck up the lab too. Who knows how large the explosion could be? No one fucking knows. Something had gone wrong. So this is it. The ship that entered the portal never responded. The gate shook and the portal evaporated. The panic and confusion on the main presentation team was evident. Something had gone wrong. I'm just gonna get rid of that line, because that right, you don't need... Something definitely went fucking wrong! Okay, so this is like the goal, and this is the reaction scene. So yeah, we don't need this. We just need... Whoops. We just need this gone. So, gate shook, portal evaporated, panic and confusion, main presentation team, look on their faces, Stargate. The other end exploded. The ship was unmanned. No one was injured. Exit was in a remote area, so there's nothing to worry about. Technology has some glitches, and the time is not yet for it to be in the public. They groveled and begged to try to save face. This was the biggest disaster they could ask for. I'm just gonna get rid of that because you don't need it. Jervik knew it would take a hit, but he had confidence in the technology. See, I think that totally works, because it's just a summary of what's happening. It's not that important. It doesn't need to go into super detail of it. It's just like, fuck. You know, shit happens. And it's like... Okay... Concept made him a galactic household name. Right, talking about the engine that he uses. This is like backstory for the engine. Yeah, so I don't think we need any more scenes. I think the main thing we need actually is, like, whoever suggested it before, is breaking it into chapters. But we'll see what AI thinks. Okay, well, I think that's pretty much it. So, let's bring up Grok. And we want this and this. And we want all the way down at the bottom. Revision of scale. Yeah, we can probably just leave this here. We need something else, though. This is what it is. Grammar and tense. Gotta make sure that we frickin' change that to exactly what we want. Third person omniscient. Okay, let's see what kind of modifications it gives us. This one's gonna be really, really, really hard to go through, but that's the problem. But it's you know, the longest work we've ever done, which is really important that we're like scaling up at this point, right? Because we're just doing short stories and then we go instantly into a novel. It's like we need a degree of range in there for length, right? Even if it's editing multiple stories all at once at the same time, just to give a feeling of the scale of what it could be. So you don't get like intimidated when you see 175,000 words. Third person omniscient. Present tense. It won't let me do think. Okay, that didn't work because it got rid of all the spaces. Cryogen. This might take a while for it to type it out. Weak prose revision. Reflection scene. The original reflection on Jervik's past felt abrupt and expository, disrupting the narrative flow. I've integrated it more naturally, weaving it into his actions and thoughts to maintain immersion and add depth. Memories flicker as I glide through the ship. 10 years hauling for Unihall opened my eyes to wonders. Analog to digital. Pipes to neural links. Yet the unknown gnaws at me. My peers climbed to business class. Now long dead. Their ambitions outlasting their lives. Chose the longest routes, craving the edge of the galaxy. But solitude lingers. I want more. A ship of my own, a legacy beyond this creaking relic. Transition improvement. The shift to the cargo bay felt jarring. I've smoothed it by tying Jervik's thoughts to his physical movement, creating a seamless flow. Sensory enhancement and pacing. The quarters scene lacked sensory depth and felt rushed. I've slowed the pace with elongated sentences and added tactile and auditory details to ground the moment. Exhausted, I float into my quarters. The bed unit's faded fabric, soft against my fingers. I drift off before strapping in. The hum of the ship lulling me. An alarm blares. Alert, containment, present, air quality. Okay, so there. Weak prose revision. Engine room scene. The original engine room scene was functional but lacked tension and sensory immersion. I've expanded it, adding stakes and vivid details to heighten drama. Alright. Pacing and sensory addition. The stock investment scene was dense and slow. I've quickened the pace with shorter sentences and added sensory details to maintain engagement. Due to the length constraint, I've revised the first major section of the story up to the initial cryosleep and investment decision. If you'd like me to continue editing the remaining sections or focus on specific parts, please let me know. Continue where you left off. You are doing great. See? Super easy. Okay, so weak prose, dialogue, continuity and characterization, pacing and sensory addition, scene transition and reflection, tense alignment, grammar and flow, dialogue, weak prose, transitions, pacing, sensory details, pronoun reduction. World's Cool Embrace. Canteen scene. The original canteen scene was brief and lacked depth, missing an opportunity to show Jervik's mindset. I've expanded it with sensory details and introspection to deepen his character and set up the ship purchase. Okay, transition improvement. Original shift to the Dyson sphere was abrupt, lacking context. I've tied it to Jervik's emotional state and added sensory details to bridge the scenes. Pacing adjustment, sensory enhancement and dialogue continuity, weak prose revision, transition and pacing. Alright. Continue where you left off. Again, you are doing great. Keep it up. Encouragement always helps, I find. I don't know why, but it does. So if we open a new page here, and we're going to go Cryogen Final AI Revision version 1.0. Okay, so we made it all the way through. Back up to the top and let's start. Yeah, so let's start from here. I'm just gonna keep the notes because they're things I need to learn. So that's step 1. Set 2. And this is set 3. Okay, let me take the old Grok edit, drop it here, and we start from the beginning. And we should have relatively the same type of structure, right? So, cockpit rumbled as the expansive hangar bay doors finally came to a halt. Cockpit vibrates beneath me. A low rumble as the massive hangar bay doors grind to a halt. Switches clatter in their sockets, levers trembling as if eager to spring free. My captain's chair. Isn't this supposed to be in third person? Did I type first person instead of third person? If I did, I'm fucking retarded. Fuck. I swear I said third person. Oh, I never changed it! I never changed it, guys. Fuck. Fuck. Okay. Do we just keep the tense and say fuck it? I don't think it really matters. Okay, we're just gonna take everything. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're just gonna take everything, we're gonna scale it, we're gonna rate it, and we're gonna try and improve it, and then we're just gonna bring it back. But we're gonna do it in each section. Okay, so I'm just actually gonna scrap this. Fuck that for now. We're gonna go back to it. And we're just gonna take these sections that we can of the actual writing. Okay, and then there's the... Just copy and pasting it just takes for fucking ever. That's one section. Okay, this is the last one. All right. Okay. So this is just the story itself. So CryoGen Grok version 3.0. And then version 4 is taking this and scaling the rating. and then see what it wants us to do about it. Short stories, mine, cryogen. Now the question is it going to be able to do it? Or is it going to break it because it's too long? Very interesting to see if this works. And then anything that's fucked up, we revise it again. That's version 4. Something went wrong. Please refresh, which means Twitter's probably fucked. So let's try and think. I don't know if it's been 24 hours yet. Oh, I thought of an extra thing to add to this. Missing scenes. Do any of the transitions feel jumbled enough that they require a new scene as a transition point? I think that's a good thing to add. Because it's one thing smoothing out transitions, it's another thing transitions that just don't fit. It's like we need a contingency plan for transitions that just don't work, that we might need an additional scene for. Okay, let's see if this breaks it. Or if I don't have enough. Yeah, it hasn't been enough time yet. Okay. Start from scratch again and try it again. See if it breaks it. 7 out of 10. Writing is vivid and immersive with strong sensory details like the worn leather. That's a strong sensory detail? That's fucked, dude. Worn leather is strong sensory detail. Metallic tang. Alright. Has some rough edges that keep it from reaching the polished heights of David Weber. Novel, a 10. Dialogue, while functional, occasionally feels stilted or overly formal, like the repetitive Bob's your Uncle, Jones your aunt exchanges, which could be streamlined for more natural flow. Some transitions, like the shift to the cargo manifest terminal, still feel abrupt despite improvements. The story's sprawling timeline can be disorienting without clear temporal anchors. Technical jargon, while flavorful, sometimes overshadows character development and the protagonist's emotional depth beyond their drive for success could be explored more to evaluate the story's impact. Weirder Child's writing, this is leaps ahead in structure, coherence, and style, but it falls short of Weber's level due to its need for tighter dialogue, smoother transitions, and deeper character nuance. The refinement, it could easily climb to an 8 or a 9. Damn! Can you refine these parts that you suggested? Improve them with these parameters. And then we go back to this and we redo this. get rid of that. Third person present tense. It's probably going to hit a length barrier. I'm just wondering where it's going to hit its cap and where it's just going to freak out. Short scene uses entry details, slick railing, worn fabric, liquor and sweat to ground the transition and reflect Jervik's restless state. Okay, okay. Man, I can't believe it's still going. Holy shit. Stretch ahead. I can't believe it's doing all this in one. This is insane. This is where it broke last time, right? Uh-oh. Nope, it's still going. Holy shit. All right, all right. I'm intrigued to see what this is going to finally turn into. So this would be version 4, and then the final version, version 5, is after I've gone through it and like basically reestablished what needs to be reestablished and changing what doesn't make sense because AI fucks up. Okay, well, version 4.0, let's go, guys. It did it all in one. That's impressive. I'm guessing it's still going to be a 7, but it's probably going to be more like a 7.5 versus a 7. And it'll probably go back down to a 6 or a 5 after I've done editing it. That's my assumption. But I'm really hoping that we can get it fully finished today. And, like, presentable. And I definitely prefer this tense to first person. Because it wasn't intended to be in first person. So I don't know how that flows with the story. So I'm glad we kind of switched it back. And I definitely feel like we went from like 10,000 words to like 6,000 words. Okay, so let's see. This Grok edit has 59,000. This one only has 21,000. So it obviously fucked up something somewhere, or the story was just really so bloated that it's less than half the size of the actual story. Because this shouldn't have anything added in it, it should just be the story, right? So the fact that we lost more than half of the story is like, is that the AI fucking up because it was too long? Or is that just, this is extremely overwritten? So I guess we'll have to find out. So this is Cryogen version 4.0. And then this is Cryogen version final 5.0. This is the combination of them both. Cockpit rumbled as the expansive hangar bay doors finally came to a halt. Cockpit hums beneath Jervik, a low rumble, as massive hangar bay doors grind to a halt. Not a low rumble. Like, we're talking like this is like an insane rumble. Say cockpit rumbles beneath Jervik. Core is massive hangar bay doors grind to a halt. I'll take that one. Switches clatter in their sockets, levers quivering with restrained energy. Sound of rattling switches in their sockets, levers vibrating as if they would flip themselves. So definitely like this one. So we'll take that. Captain's chair threatens to shake loose from its bolts. Yeah, I think we can actually just get rid of this Jervik. As massive bang or hurt their grind to halt. Switches clatter in their socket. Lever quivering with restrained energy. I think this needs to be moved. I think it just needs to be this. And then the cockpit rumbles to a halt. Jolts to a halt. Cockpit jolts to a halt. As massive, I don't know about the jolts to a halt, but whatever. As massive hangar bay doors grind to a halt. Jolts. The ship steadies as massive hangar bay doors grind to a halt. Bring his teeth, fall from its cradle. Yeah, I think actually we can get rid of the entire first engagement. Oh shit, I didn't put them in the right spot. I'm a fucking idiot. Where do we leave? Restrained energy. Where the hell is restrained energy? Oh, it's the very first sentence. We switched it. We didn't switch it in the right spot, that's why. So we actually want this entire intro. Here. I was on the wrong page. That's why I was so confused. Ship steadies as massive hangar bay doors grind to a halt. Bob's your uncle, come in steady. Landing struts are engaged. Yeah, this dialogue is actually fucked. So I think we just need to redo the dialogue. This is all backwards, which is so weird. It should be like, Bob's your uncle, coming in steady, landing struts. Oh, excuse me. This is Kirk stand. Coming in steady, landing struts are engaged. Coming in steady, confirming, bay entrance, 596 is clear, landing struts are engaged. Hi, bro, do you remember me? Only one Amir! Yes, I remember you, Amir! How are you, good sir? It's been a while. What do you think of the evolution of the stream so far? We're trying our best to push up and beyond, you know what I mean? Good, bro? Hell yeah, brother! What are you up to? How about you? Oh, we're doing great. This is the last edit of the longest story we've ever written, Cryogen, the Space Trucker. Although this dialogue is completely fucked. I don't know why, like, how it got so backwards. But, so we're just gonna have to redo most of the dialogue here. But there isn't much. It's a very loner character. He doesn't talk to many people. It's just the mundane dragging of the, hell yeah, brother, of the, you know, trucker talk back and forth between the station, like, you know, the standard landing procedure kind of stuff like that. And then we need Jones your aunt. Unclear. Should be a secondary response, right? True, Eddie! How's it going, brother? Okay, I'm just gonna keep this one, because this one kinda... This is where it all goes wrong. Bob's your Uncle Kirkstand 556677. Come in, please. And we're gonna take both of these and put them together. So Starmery 67799. Bay entrance 956.
Memoli is now following.
Memoli! Welcome, welcome! How's it going, Memoli?
Hi, sweetie.
Well, we need a toke for that one. We've been writing for a while. Hello, good post.
Not that
Why, thank you, Mamoli. Always appreciate a compliment, right?
Why are you smoking?
Hopefully, you know, we live up to the hype and the expectation, right? That's what it's all about. Can we make a deal with you? Oh, I'm down for that, Manoli. What kind of deal are we talking? I'm always into making Faustian deals, man. That's the only way to get anywhere in life. It's a good old Faustian deal. I can help you get tracked in my country. I don't know exactly what that means, Mamelo. Or Mamoli, sorry. Mamoli. That sounds like a good time. So I'm down. What do I have to do? Who do I have to sign? What do I have to cross out? Who do I have to kill? I mean, what? Oh, I can't relax, man. I'm going off the rails. Fuck, man. What am I going to do with my life? No! No, I'm missing out! Fuck! Shit happens, bro. Okay, where exactly are we? Because I'm retarded. Bob's your Uncle Kirkstand. Come in, please. Star Marie. Bay entrance 956-8 is prepped for landing. Please activate uniceps. For transit. I'm sorry to ask you this, but I need to complete the requirements. I also need subscribers for partnership. Oh, see, it was always going somewhere, wasn't it, Mamoli? I also open broadcasts, and I need subscribers to be a partner. If you help me, I would like to be your friend. Yeah, sure, brother. What do you need, man? Let's look at you. Let's look at you and see what you are. Can I do that? Oh, right. It opens on this stupid far side over here. Wait. Am I already following you? Hold on. True! There you go. There you go, bro. How's that for you? Check viewer count. I'm not a viewer count, Andy. Mamoli. You know. You build it, they'll come, but it's not built yet. I'm not in my final form. You know. So it's like being exposed at the beginning like that is like, you know, it's not exactly the greatest if you're not in a state that can maintain it, right? And I don't feel like I'm in a state that can maintain it. So if you want to go and be a viewer count Andy, I mean, that's all fine on you, right? I'm just holding myself accountable to my own writing. That's all this is, right? Whatever happens beyond that is what it is. Please activate uniceps. No, wait. Permission to activate uniceps granted. Safe landing. Intercom buzzed to life with a staticky interference that felt like its own accent at this point. I love that sentence. I just love that sentence. See, and that's like one of the kind of the biggest problems one of the biggest problems with Kick is the way that their viewer count is like counted. You can do this. And if your memory can take it, technically all of these count as a viewer. It's a very interesting thing. Would you like to help me? A yes or no answer is enough for me, but if you help, you can be sure that it will not go... I don't know what you want me to do, Mamoli. I followed you, you know? Not quite sure what you want me to do beyond that. That's usually, like, you know, that's the thing. Hey, here, I followed you. Thanks. We exchanged follows. Yay! Right? But it's generally just a bunch of bullshit. So, I don't know, man. It is what it is, right? You can't do that shit on Twitch, because Twitch's aggregate is different. But Kick doesn't care about viewers overall because it doesn't run ads, right? So viewers don't affect the actual number, and they can tell based on that viewership how, whatchamacallit, like how much traffic is going out and being downloaded via, like, trackers, right? So it's like, you get like 80 of them coming from the same IP address. It's like, okay, well, obviously, right? But that's not something they actually, like, care about, because that doesn't infringe on the money, because ads aren't a thing. Viewer count is huge on Twitch, because viewer count is an aggregate of ads, right? The more viewer count, the more money you make from ads. So thus, viewer count is huge. But that's not the same on Kick. And then it's kind of even better on YouTube, but since yeah, we're not live streaming on YouTube anymore because the DMCA is total bullshit. Total bullshit. It was actually like I got DMCA'd for one of my stream highlights because one of the Dr. Sax love songs is apparently restricted. So I'm like, I'm not listening to Dr. Sax anymore because there's a chance I could get fucking a strike from anywhere in my video. And I wouldn't know where it had come from because it doesn't fucking tell you. They should have a system that's like, oh, here's the DMCA. Do you want us to edit it out? This is where we picked up the DMCA. We'll just edit that out of the video. Okay, the copyright's gone. Move on with your life. Instead of having to worry about finding it yourself. It's quite ridiculous. But yeah, again, Mamoli, what do you need me to do, good sir? You know, like what is it you need me to do? Because you haven't explained that. You've asked, but you haven't told me what I need to do. And I'm not going to agree to something if I don't know what I'm doing. Because the agreement doesn't matter, because I'm just going to say no when I find out what it is. So you might as well just tell me what you want me to do. So we're changing both of these exchanges into one exchange. So Bob's your uncle. And that's the intercom. And then Joan's your aunt, Starmery. Loud and clear. Yuma subs engaged. Ready to receive. Last out. Yeah, see, I like this dialogue better. And where was the first one? Jurek says into the intercom, voice steady despite... No. Jervik responds, practice aids words flowing from muscle memory. Words blend from my mouth with muscle memory. his mouth with muscle memory. Words. Bob's your uncle. Come in. This is Starmery. Bay entrance. Safe landing. Jones your aunt. Starmer Bay entrance. -8. Loud and clear. Steps engaged. Ready for receive. Muscle memory, and then it just goes straight into this with a deft flick. Deft flick. So yeah, we can get rid of this. This isn't important anymore. No, the ship shouldn't be purring. That infers it's a good thing. Stirring. A low vibration. Sifts through the halls. I like that. Air light blinks. Autopilot refuses to engage. Jervik rolled. Rolled his eyes, flipping the switch repeatedly before conceding. I like that better. It's like, it's just the annoyance that, like, fuck, this happens every time kind of thing. This one's definitely better. Maybe now's the time to remove... No, because we've only had 2 conversations. Before it was a lot, but now I feel like it's not. It's just kind of establishing how things are done. Like, how you talk. It's like the Roger aspect, right? And over. And it's like, I don't think I need indicators, because you should know that there's only 2 characters, right? The PA system and Jervik. So it's obviously Jervik saying it and then the PA system saying it. So I don't think I need indicators there. Jervik lowers his chair, lowered the chair into piloting mode, placing his hands on the throttle, feet on the declination. Finding the declination adjuster. I like that better. Controls cool and slick from years of use. Fit perfectly. Precision honed by decades. It guides the ship, a marvel despite its age, into the docking bay. A seamless fit. Definitely like that. Practiced as ever. Precision honed by decades is much better. Metallic masterpiece of structural engineering. I just really like that. Metallic masterpiece of structural engineering into its perfectly made bed. A marvel despite its age. Where I'm stubborn and I just like those sentences, so fuck it, I'm keeping them because I like them. There's no other reason and there's no reason not to, unless someone really says, dude, that's really bad. But I like mechanical masterpiece of structural engineering. It just gives a vibe of how massive and insane a spaceship hauling like truck, like the words. Like the tanker itself, not the ship, but like the actual tanker that it's carrying is fucking massive. It's like a 3,000 by 3,000 meter fucking contraption. And the ship is only like 35 meters by 70 meters. Age. Throttle cuts to 0. Release switch flips. Silent prayer rises. Trailer arms retract. Ship resonating like a struck bell. Chimes sharpen the ears. That definitely is, like, it doesn't lose any of the aspects and it just keeps building on it. So let's go with that. So this is new. Belted himself at the side, pressed himself out of the chair, floated into the incredible the ladder into the hatch of the roof. Exhaling, and pushes off the chair, floating upward. Fingers curl around the ladder to the ceiling hatch, its metal cold and pitted. The landing perfected. And this is transition scene. Another stellar landing. Access port opens to railings in vivid hues. Access port opens to railings in vivid hues. Yellow for the canteen, orange for the cockpit, green for the engine, blue for cargo. Labels mark each color every 10 meters. Terrific. Across the yellow railing, its surface smooth but faintly sticky. Should I even say that he's going to the canteen? Because grabbing the yellow piece just means that he's going to the canteen. So I feel like that says it all. He floods through, another stellar landing. Terrific across the yellow railing, its surface smooth but faintly sticky. Paint. Breaking off these guaranteed. Single chair and a flimsy table, like a cheap folding tray. A weight in the canteen. The table's surface bears creases outlining 4 squares. Settles into the company's standard metal chair, its rigid back biting into the spine. Each square pressed under deft fingers, sinking into compartments. Works for me. And then this is the new scene. The on the table's edges hum, clicking faintly as they pump nutrient ooze into sections. Into the sections. I kind of like that. Eyes closing to summon a memory of meals from a distant life. As opposed to close his eyes trying to imagine what it looked like before. I think this one's definitely more poetic. I like that. Jerks upright, snarling. Jervis, frick, I'm eating! Before it clatters against the speaker, its metallic ping echoing, fingers press against a throbbing forehead, frustration simmering. Message crackles. Bob's your Uncle Kirk stand. Come in. Use subsections 1357, 1358. Need a reset. 1538. Need a reset. Road override failed. Request manual. Local override. Damn robots never work, he said to himself as he stood up. Useless robots. Mutters, glaring at the untouched meal, savor steam fading. Duty tugs, relentless, Jared considers defiance. Fleeting anchor. Let those fools wait. Okay, I definitely really like this. Everything from here is totally sick. This is the transition. This is the next scene. No, wait, this is still transition. This is next scene. Glides from the ship, a decade hauling for Unihall reveals wonders. Analog to digital, pipes to neural links. With the unknown gnaws, a persistent ache. Peers, now dead, climb to business class. Their ambition outlasting their lives. Jervik chooses the longest routes, craving. Okay. Crowded cargo bay, calculate the best routes to minimize this time, reset the units as you turn your units, drifted, as a big piece of junk needs to be dried off, into eternity. Thoughts peeling their way in, never is friendly with anyone, but I know they will treat me better than her. Where it all began, this contract for Unihall, to a world he cannot imagine, feet sewn by men from analog to digital, pipes and valves to terminals and neural links, left him with a fear of the unknown. I like this intro a lot better than this one. Except for the first line. I think we changed the first line. So instead of thinking back, we say memories flicker. Memories flicker as Jervik glides through the ship. His contract for Unihall. Uncovering a world beyond imagining. Feet sewn by men. From analog to digital, from pipes and valves to terminals and neural links, left him with a fear to the unknown. Then this. Decade hauling for Unihall reveals wonders. No. Yet the unknown gnaws. Yet the unknown gnaws, a persistent ache. Peers now dead, climb to business class, their ambitions outlasting their lives. Jervik chooses the longest routes, craving the galaxy's edge, but solitude lingers like a bitter aftertaste. A dream persists, a ship to call one's own, a legacy beyond this creaking relic. the switch, mount of safety, straps and plates. To ride looms, Jervik's fingers brush gritty safety straps, that coarse texture, a reminder of the ship's age. Undoing them takes an hour. Unfasten, flip, reset, resecure, machinery hums, latches clatter as the system reboots. Success. Sweat beads on Jervik's brow, the air heavy with a metallic tang. 2 more resets await. A daunting prospect. Oops. To the final reset. Find your stretches, gripping the catwalk's cold textured railing. Its ridges biting into palms. Frigid instead of cold. I'm using cold too much. It uses cold too much. Craving for a drink surges, sharp and familiar. Is the edge slipping? Jervik descends to the station's commercial level, drawn to its fleeting comforts. Floats through the station's access tunnels, the air cool and stable, carrying a faint hum of distant machinery. Catwalk's railing, slick with condensation, guides the way. Thoughts turn. Another reset. Another day on this rusting ship. Commercial level's neon glow beckons, promising escape, however brief. Definitely better. Cool, stale, carrying a faint on distant machinery. We got that one, right? Yes. Just the jacket's collar. It's worn fabric, brushing the neck, and steps into the bustling deck. Scent of liquor and sweat already lingers. Neon sign pulses, the sirens call in the dimness. The bar reeks of stale liquor and sweat. Laughter slicing through the buzz of voices. Hull hoppers lurk in the shadows. Station like every other. A rusted shell of monotony offered no warmth, no belonging among the company's ranks. Jervik stepped inside, the air thick with stale alcohol and sweat, the hum of voices, punctured by laughter, stragglers, attempting to get their cut of these poor souls loomed in the shadows. Hull hoppers, as they were known, they lured men to their fate over these fawns. Their eyes sharp, picking out marks, one by one they strode to a man, coaxing him with taunting, playful quips, touches, and smiles. Pressing close, a whisper and they were off. This remained a mystery to him, distant, untouchable, bound by an unspoken divide. The unsigned pulses, a siren's call in the dimness. Station, look at rather, rusted shell of monotony, offered no warmth, no belonging. Okay, I think we're just gonna take this. And then... where did we end? Picking out marks. And then we want this one. Sweet wine, he grins, ensnared. Okay, we want this one. And then... and then the one by one. Where is one by one? Why can I not find this? There. One by one they strode to a man, coaxing him with taunting, playful quips, touches, smiles, pressing closer. Station's corridor stretched ahead, dim and humming. Jervic's boots echoing on the metal floor, their soles gripping the faintly sticky surface. And that's where he drinks. Okay, that's much better. Demon homing, boots echo, bristle gripping sticky surface. Okay, there we go. Terminally slumped into his chair, squinting through the haze of drink. Creaking, the screen's glow, blurring through liquor's haze. Won't scroll by each a path to a faster vessel. Size irrelevant as long as it meets. Exhausted, Joe floats into his quarters, blinking behind red line, dries and deep purple bangs, floating into his bed unit, used to sleep for striving himself in. Miscellaneous, the scaffolding, chemical mix, leaks, options dwindle. Spiking. So maybe let's take this. Oh wait, did we not? Hold on. True, Eddie! We didn't add this one? The alert? Contaminant. Board the engine room. Steam hisses from pipes. They are thick metallic tang. Shut the nostrils. And then could be a grease clog. Scaffolding. Adjusting the box to press the hose into the liquid. Watch the gauges above it slowly begin to normalize. We're just gonna call it the oldest manned station on the edge of the crystal cusp, the tail end of one wing of the galaxy. Here's one way. Switch the news to information on upcoming stock ops pertaining to newly developed technology since he had last docked. Thanks to groundbreaking technology, the reason why he was on the edge of the galaxy, distributed quantum entanglement technology. Stations and concepts. I mean, it is exposition, but it's like, it's extremely important, and it's not that much. So I don't think it really needs to be broken up. It just needs to be stated that, like, this is how the currency system works. So even if it is, like, exposition-y, I think it's still, like, valuable. Because it's not like, it's literally like, what? 1, 2, 3, it's 4 sentences. Do we really need to break up 4 sentences because it's exposition? I don't think so. I think 4 sentences is completely fine. Completely reasonable for an exposition, especially for something that's pertaining very importantly to the story. The fact of, like, how the currency system works and why it's so important that he invests in Stargate technology and how powerful it could actually become on the stock market, replacing one of those top 5s. This is way better. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know. This one seems to have lost the plot. So yeah, this skips basically all of the exposition. It has some really weird shit in it. I mean, some of it's good. Jesus, that's so much. But it's like, this is like... I don't know. I don't know. We'll see what it thinks, but this is important. This is backstory. Backstory, this character building. It's supposed to be interesting, right? Like the comparisons between things and stuff like that. Yeah, I feel like this has lost the plot. Somewhere down the line, this just went straight crazy out the door. Like, this dialogue, maybe I should just take the dialogue, because this dialogue isn't bad. Okay, so we're finally here. Okay, I think that works. Oh. Heavy with oil and metal, gritty scent. Bay doors was open, and there she was, the Garritan, with a beacon of hope inside the hangar. Apartment nodes, stark contrasting iron fiber reinforced rubber folds. Never worked with this style of technology. Going to be a training in the computer systems is humbling. Analog systems, typed to a computer terminal. Accessibility of the Garritan was through a terminal. Physical aspect of the troubleshooting system. At the same time, it was a pool of knowledge to learn the nuances and caveat to system integration and direct link control terminals. Sustained pipes and exposed rigging were over. Hulls were fine fitted, fake marble, sleek and pristine. Previous owner of the ship seemed to have kept it as a relic, a model of restoration from the past. Okay, so this is taking that exposition and kind of putting it into a single sentence, I feel. Still feel like this is good. Like, I like this, but does it really work? I feel like this is just too direct. There's like it's too mechanical, it's too direct, it's too just but I don't know. It does incorporate these things into dialogue, but this just really doesn't have a lot of dialogue in it. I think I can actually get rid of like all this specific stuff about the captains. So I think we can actually just keep this as like a like summary of the next little bit. Yo, how's Black Friday so far? Cute Muffin, how's it going? It's Black Friday for you? It's Thursday for me. Oh wait, no, it's Friday. You're right, it is Friday. I'm retarded. It's Friday. Woot woot. I didn't know it was Black Friday. I don't know. I don't know anything about that shit. That's it is what it is, right? I don't spend money because I don't make money. So, you know, kind of goes hand in hand. Friday. Oh, it's Friday the 13th. You're right. It's Friday the 13th. Holy shit, Muffin. You're right, brother. That's some numbers right there. Oh, shit. Alright. My bad. Oops. But yeah. How was your day, Muffin? How's it going? Isn't it supposed to be a day of bad omen? I don't know. I don't know what the origins of Friday the 13th are. The only thing I know is Freddy. Friday, or I guess it's Jason, but, you know, Friday the 13th. Because I did some dangerous stuff today. Nice, Muffin. What did you do today? Did you go looting? And pillaging? Did you fight some kangaroos? And some spiders? Before school, I woke up at like 6 a.m. so I could go down to the beach with my friend next to the school. Now this beach is basically next to a cliff that we had to traverse down. The rest was basically rock climbing. And then in science, we were playing with fire. Nice. Okay, I think we already have that, right? Yeah. I was panting that morning. Right after all that, I had physical ed. Everyone was playing soccer. Football to you. Wait. No, that's wrong. That's wrong, Muffin. It's soccer to me, football to Europeans. Football to me is American football, which is throwing a ball. No feet involved. Okay. I mean, I guess you could call it whatever you want, Muffin. You're allowed to do whatever you want, brother. What's planned for the weekend, chat? There's no, I don't really have a plan, Muffin. I just go with whatever video's next on the watch list, and then whatever idea I come up with commentary, and then we do a story, and then I play a video game. It's, I literally, chat was to get it attention. Well, I think everyone here is pretty much just chilling, right? I mean, we're all working on our own stuff. That's usually what I assume, is everyone's just doing their own thing. They're just hanging out because, you know, for some reason, you know, I don't know why. I don't know what the possible reason could be, but you know, I'm glad nonetheless. Don't get me wrong. It's just blows my mind.
I suppose I can say, oh, to get your attention when you don't read chat.
Yeah, I'm really into, like, figuring this shit out and combining these two together to create, like, an equal masterpiece. But it had deleted, like, most of the exposition that I guess you really don't need, but I want it to be there because it makes the world feel real. Oh shit, I gotta do my Duolingo. Be right back. Alright, sounds good, Muffin. The two at the end of the list we held for future, if they were still available. Jurvik wanted the reputation of the company to speak for itself and lure the best of the best to him. The routes passed as sand waving across a desert, pressing peaks further and further. He aimed for the infinite. The numbers didn't lie. The business was doing very well. It's the contrast that made Jurvik shake his head. It felt like all his work was for naught. Money was building, but not at the rate the Stargate investment was. Percent of his wealth came from the crypto stock, which, with 8 other captains hauling for him, the cost of doing business was great. Jurvik had expected it to be a rough start, just like the investments. Something inside said he was better off as a businessman than a trucker. Thought caused unease. The years passing, gaining more. Several prototype Stargates. Okay. This would be the first public press demonstration. Rings spinning beside a hulking station. Crowds buzzing, glasses clinking. Connected thousands of stations. Jurvik tells a young businessman, eyes wide as drinks. Citrus tang, sharp in the air. 80% of the galaxy in 9,354 years. 80% of the galaxy. Jurvik says, voice confident. Practice pitch. No, it's wrong. When I just learned something new, God Helg, which means have a good weekend in Norwegian, suits the day. Interesting. Nice, Muffin. That's dope. Okay, maybe this one's good. I'm just gonna go through this and find a good one, but this one seems fine. Leather cool against the spine, watching the present. There's grovel, memories of Earth's. God help is something you can say all the time. Yep. I feel like none of this is good anymore. Like, it literally broke because it was, like, too long or something. Like, look how much of the story we still have. Damn, tough crowd. I mean, what do you want from me, bro? I mean, I laughed. I smiled and I laughed. I don't know what else I could do. It's not like, you know, it's just like a, oh, I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Match quote was the showcase ring that appeared to be so. Okay, so interesting. Announcement, technology, used. Yeah, I guess we're just taking the rest of this and we're gonna go with that. So we got rid of, like... So we shortened it a little bit. But it's like... Going from 60,000 characters to 20,000 characters, like 10,000 words to like 4,000 words. That's a lot to fucking cut out. So I think that's why you gotta do things in smaller increments. I think you need to up the volume of the chat chime. I wish I could. I don't know how to change it, Muffin. I don't know where it's coming from. I've tried so many times to fucking figure it out, and it just doesn't exist. It's just not a thing. I don't know where it's coming from, what it's doing, what it is. Read the damn message. I said, I think you need to up the volume of the chat chime, and I said, I can't. I don't know what to say, Muffin. I don't know what you mean. The one before that? What did the fish say when he swam into a wall? Okay, I completely missed that. I'm sorry, Muffin. I'm trying to get this thing worked out. It's so brutal. Okay, now we take it and we drop it in here. And maybe we can think. I don't know if we can. But we'll try. Did I close it? I probably did. Hold on. It's not that. That. And we're gonna get like a 5, right? It's gonna be like a 5. Okay, we can do it now. Okay, here we go. This is big. This is big. So what did the fish say as it swam into a wall? Is that what it was? What did the fish say when he swam into a wall? I don't know. He's dead? My chat system is better. I popped the chat out of the stream manager and put it right next to my browser so I can't miss a message unless I'm locked in a chess game. Well, Muffin, I'll show you what mine looks like. There's the TV. There's the chat. Like that white, all of that is the chat. So like this is directly like my vision. Like the chat is like literally right there. Right there. So I should be able to see it, but I'm just retarded. So it is literally right there. But it is what it is. Alright. To rate the story on a scale of 1 to 10. Structure. Story follows Jervik, space trucker. Yeah. Let's see what's... On his journey from a struggling worker to a wealthy businessman, spanning thousands of years via cryostasis. It has a clear beginning, Jervik's life as a trucker. Middle is investment in Stargate technology, and end, his rise to wealth and eventual isolation. However, the pacing is uneven. Narrative lingers on detailed scenes of Jervik's early struggles, such as manual ship overrides and bar encounters, while rushing through significant later developments like his company's growth and the spread of Stargate technology. This imbalance makes the story feel lopsided, lacking the seamless flow. Okay, so yeah. I definitely agree with that criticism. Anyway, I already said the answer to the joke. I'll repeat it. What did the fish say when he swam into a wall? Damn. Oh, I get it now, Muffin. I get it now. Cause a dam is like, you know, it's blocking a river, and the fish is like, oh, I used to swim here, so it's a dam. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. World building. Futuristic setting is a highlight featuring cryostasis stargates and a cryostock system tied to quantum technology. Descriptions of ships, stations, and planets like Gorgon 451, Vibrant's atmosphere, are vivid and imaginative, showcasing a strong grasp of science fiction concepts. However, more elements such as the NFT-based crypto systems and its societal impact are introduced without sufficient explanation, leaving gaps in understanding. Weber's worlds are meticulously detailed and consistent. The story's universe is compelling, but occasionally confusing, needing more clarity to reach that level. Writing style. The prose is descriptive, with sensory details like worn wet leather, metallic tang, bringing scenes to life. However, it's marred by clunky phrasing, run-on sentences, and awkward transitions. He had requested a midway drop point for a sum. It was worth it, cutting 20 years off the trip. Grammatical errors and inconsistent tense also disrupt the flow. While the style has potential, it lacks the polish and precision of Weber's writing, which balances description with readability. Dialogue. Dialogue often feels stiff and expository, lines like Bob's your uncle. Thematic depth. Have you watched Annie? I think you fried your one brain cell. You mean half of my one brain cell? Definitely. The dialogue often feels stiff and expository. Lines like Bob's your Uncle Kirkstam 556677 come in please. This is Starmery 67799 are meant to establish futuristic jargon, come across as formulaic and unnatural. Conversations such as Jervik's exchange with the Hull Hopper, depends who's paying, Spacer, lack organic flow, serving more to convey information than to reveal character. Weber's dialogue is dynamic and character driven. Here, it's functional but rather engaging. Rarely engaging. Hey bro, you've been a solid streamer in a ranked channel. You've got a solid stream and a ranked channel. If you want to make... Damn, that's a huge number, bro. Yeah, sure, bro. Yeah. Damn, $100,000 plus a month. Damn, that's Asmongold level of shit, bro. Sign me the fuck up, motherfucker. Or all I have to do is give you my social insurance number and the 3 digits on the back of my credit card. Or 100% good sir, I will definitely do that. Or yes, very much. Thank you very much, good sir. Here you go. Now can I please have my $100,000 a month? Wait, what do you mean all my money is gone? Wait, what? What happened here? Oh no, I got reverse scammed. Fuck. Shit, not good, guys. This is not good. Thematic depth. The story explores ambition, perseverance, and the pursuit of success, culminating in Jervik's reflection on isolation after achieving his goals. These themes resonate, but are underdeveloped. The narrative hints at broader societal shifts, like the impact of stargates on humanity, but doesn't delve deeply, missing opportunities for richer commentary. Weber's works weave complex themes into the fabric of the story. This tale's themes are present, but surface level. Overall assessment. Story is a notable strength, a vivid sci-fi universe, an ambitious scope, and a protagonist with a clear journey. However, it falls short of David Weber's mastery due to uneven pacing, abrupt character shifts, unpolished prose, stiff dialogue, and shallow thematic exploration. It's far beyond a child's writing, showing creativity and potential, but it doesn't reach the intricate, refined heights of a 10. With revision, smoothing the pacing, deepening characters, and refining the prose, it could climb higher. For now, I rate it a 5. It's a solid science fiction effort with room to grow into something exceptional. I mean, that's not bad at all, right? Now the struggle is we actually have to read it. Guys, we actually have to read it. This is where, yeah, I think we're just gonna break this into chapters. My school does annual productions based on various themes and films and stuff. Production is an elective that students can take part of. A couple of my friends do it, but production takes a lot of work at the moment. They are doing rehearsals for the final play. Now the rehearsals make them stay at school after it has ended. School ends at 2:25. It is 8 p.m., which right now my friends are still at school. That was me, Muffin. I was there from like 6 in the morning till like 10:30 at night every day. I was there on the weekends. We were filming, we were editing, we were making music videos, we were fucking around, making stop motion Lego videos and shit like that. We were doing fucking everything we possibly could, man. We did so much shit in film in high school. It was crazy. We had like all the gear and everything we needed for it. Fucking insane. But yeah, okay, so this is gonna be Chapter 1. Defying Death. Okay, so that's the overrides, station access tunnel, neon lights at the sign. Okay, so this is chapter 2. Outside life. Investor. Oh, no. Wait. This one is... Fuck. What do we call it? Defying Death. No. It's... She's gonna be named a ship, the Kirk Stand. About filming, my elective is multimedia. Our assessment is to make a film. The teacher made us restart it because we didn't have costumes. We have about a quarter of it filmed, and we only have one more week to film and edit it. Chat, am I cooked? You might just be cooked there, Muffin. You didn't have... Why would they make you restart if you didn't have costumes? Who cares if you don't have costumes? Fuck costumes. Just use CGI, no costumes needed. I mean, I guess so, right? Should I watch the Terminator? I haven't yet. Wait, you haven't watched the original Terminator? You've not watched it? Go watch the original Terminator, dude. This is a fucking amazing movie. CGI for it seems good. For its time seems good. Oh yeah, no, it was definitely really well done. That was like fucking almost 40 years ago. 30 years ago. Was it 90 what? When did the original Terminator come out? 84. Yeah, it's literally 39 years old. So fucking good. If you're watching a channel but you don't like their content and you're probably never gonna come back, I don't see why you don't just chat, "I fucked your sister," and just get banned. Because people don't know most people don't think like that. Like they're like, maybe this guy could have the potential time of good content and you want to kind of come back. So why would you burn your bridge? If they don't have good content now, doesn't mean they won't have good content in the future. People evolve and change, right? And they learn. Like look at my content before and think about my content in a year from now, right? True, Eddie. Pump it up, pump up the jam, pump it up, pump it up, pump up the jam, pump up the jam. Jam it up with the pump up the jam. Right now your content is peak. Later you're not even gonna stream. Imagine Val came back after you stopped streaming. I mean, that would be interesting. That would be a great twist. For sure, Muffin. Be a good time. The last day. Valium messed you on Discord lately? have really for me. Hasn't really. No, I think he has moved on with his life. I am glad, and I hope him, and I wish him well. I don't know why this comes out of nowhere. Okay, no, I know where I'm fucking up here. Hold on. Actually, no, you fine, bro, is what I should say. I'll message him saying, how are you, bro? You fine, bro? Yeah, sure, go ahead, Muffin. Chapter 7. Company, man. I didn't look at the chat with Val for a while. Apparently he disabled his Twitch account and he couldn't chat in my stream because of account verification. Damn. Didn't say anything about you in his minute-long voicemail. Of course. Okay, so we wound up getting 15 chapters out of this. But this is its final form. So maybe we'll just do a chapter a day. Because if we go here like this, and we go here... I guess I have to start from the top. Nice. Alright, there we go. Now let's see how long like each of these chapters pretty much are. So we've got word count is 9,600. So chapter 1 is 800. $500. So some of these are pretty short, some of these are pretty long. Yeah, I think we can probably do like one a day. Maybe if, I don't know. Just trying to think, can we condense the chapters? Do they really need to be this short? So I didn't even want to separate them into chapters, but it's like, I just feel like it's easier to do it this way. So I think we're just going to leave it with that. Let's just see how long it takes to read it, right? That's gonna be the thing. Is I don't like. The last time it was what, an hour and 15 minutes. I know it's a little bit shorter now. It's probably only like 50 minutes now, but it's still a pretty long read. Oh. Okay, so we're gonna try something with okay, let's try this. Okay, I gotta take a piss and then we'll do this. Okay, let's see a taupe. And let's do this. Get this shit out of my ear. Who knows? We might just wind up reading the entire thing. Alright. Get ready, guys. This is going to be a long one. Switches clatter in their sockets. Levers quivering with restrained energy. The captain's chair threatens to shake loose from its bolts. Jervik grits teeth, fingers tightening on armrests, the worn leather rough and grounding against calloused palms. The ship steadies as massive hangar bay doors grind to a halt. Bob's your uncle, Kirkstand 556677. Come in, please. This is Starmery 67799. Bay entrance 956-8 is prepped for landing. Permission to activate uniceps granted. Safe landing. Last out. 345611. Stamp. The intercom buzzed to life with a staticky interference that felt like its own accent at this point. Jones, your aunt, Starmery 67799, Bay Entrance 956-8, loud and clear, uniceps engaged, last out, 345667, stamp. The words bled from his mouth with muscle memory. With a deft flick, Jervik eases engines to 5%. The ship stirring, a low vibration sifts through the hull. An error light blinks. Autopilot refuses to engage. Jervik rolled his eyes, flipping the switch repeatedly before conceding. Bob's your uncle, Starmery 67799. This rust bucket's autopilot is shot. Permission to manual. Last out 345795. Jones your aunt, Kirkstand 556677. Manual approved. Last out 345846. Jervik lowers the chair into piloting mode, hands settling on the throttle, feet finding the declination adjuster. Jervik guides the metallic masterpiece of structural engineering into its perfectly made bed, a marvel despite its age. Throttle cuts to 0. Release switch flips. A silent prayer rises. Trailer arms retract, the ship resonating like a struck bell, the chimes sharp in the ears. Jervik unbuckles, exhaling and pushes off the chair, floating upward. Fingers curl around the ladder to the ceiling hatch, its metal cold and pitted, a familiar texture. Relief floods through. Another stellar landing. The access port opens to rails in vivid hues. Yellow for the canteen, orange for the cockpit, green for the engine, blue for cargo. Labels mark each color every 10 meters. Jervik grasps the yellow railing, its surface smooth but faintly sticky, the paint breaking off and scattering with each lunge. Labels mark each color every 10 meters. Jervik grasps the yellow railing, its surface smooth but faintly sticky, the paint breaking off and scattering with each lunge. A single chair and a flimsy table, like a cheap folding tray, await in the canteen. The table's surface bears creases outlining 4 squares. Jervik settles into the company standard metal chair, its rigid back biting into the spine. Each square depresses under deft fingers, sinking into compartments. Hoses along the table's edges hum, clicking faintly as they pump nutrient ooze into the sections. The air fills with a warm, nostalgic aroma: salt, pork, mashed potatoes. Jervik inhales deeply, savoring the scent, eyes closing to summon a memory of meals from a distant life. The intercom blares, shattering the reverie. Jervik jerks upright, snarling. "Jervis, frick, I'm eating!" The fork clatters against the speaker, its metallic ping echoing. Fingers press against a throbbing forehead, frustration simmering. The message crackles. "Bob's your uncle, Kirkstand 556677. Come in, UNICEF sections 1357 to 1538. Need a reset. Remote override failed. Request manual local override. Last out 347054. Stamp." "Useless robots," Jervik mutters, glaring at the untouched meal, its savory steam fading. Duty tugs, relentless. Jervik considers defiance, sinking back into the chair, the cold metal a fleeting anchor. No, this was the last straw. Those incompetent whelps could shove it. He sat down, closed his eyes. He took his time eating, savoring it as if it was his last. The buzzing on the intercom for confirmation turned to satisfying music. Jervik never responded. A mental map traces the fastest route to the cargo bay, targeting overrides at units 1300, 1400, and 1500. Jervik drifts through portholes, navigating the ship's labyrinth with ease. The hull's faint creaks a constant companion. "This outdated heap deserves the scrapyard," Jervik grumbles, voice bouncing off walls. "You're back? Welcome back, Muffin." "This outdated heap deserves the scrapyard," Jervik grumbles, voice bouncing off walls, the air tinged with a faint, oily scent. "I will never be as friendly with anyone, but I know they will treat me better than her." Memories flicker as Jervik glides through the ship. This contract for Unihall, uncovering... I think I needs bed. How much longer you streaming? Honestly, I don't know, Muffin. We'll see. It depends on... I might just read chapter 1 and just kind of, slowly go through the chapters. Or I might just decide to read it all. Because I have to eventually put it into a short story anyways. So... we just spend the whole time just reading it. And I mean, it just basically kills an hour of the stream. I'm like, that's free content for me. I'm reading the story. That's supposed to be what the content is, so fuck it, Who knows? It might be a 10-hour stream today. We'll see how it goes. Aight, have a good night, bro. Fuck you, mate. See you. Fuck you, Muffin. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out, man. Take care. We'll see you again. Memories flicker as Jervik glides through the ship. This contract for Unihall, uncovering desires beyond imagining. The feet sewn by men, from analog to digital, from pipes and valves to terminals and neural links. Yet the unknown gnaws, a persistent ache. Peers, now dead, climb to business class, their ambition outlasting their lives. Jervik chooses the longest routes, craving the galaxy's edge. But solitude lingers like a bitter aftertaste. A dream persists. A ship to call one's own. A legacy beyond this creaking relic. The first override looms. Jervik's fingers brush gritty safety straps, their coarse texture a reminder of the ship's age. Undoing them takes an hour. Unfasten, flip, reset, resecure. Machinery hums, latches clattering as the system reboots. Success. Sweat beads on Jervik's brow. The air heavy with a metallic tang. 2 more resets await, a daunting prospect. After the final reset, Jervik stretches, gripping the catwalk's frigid, textured railing, its ridges biting into palms. Below, machines drone, handling cargo with relentless precision. A craving for a drink surges, sharp and familiar. Is the edge slipping? Jervik descends to the station's commercial level, drawn to its fleeting comforts. Jervik floats through the station's access tunnels, the air cool and stale, carrying a faint hum of distant machinery. The catwalk's railing, slick with condensation, guides the way. Thoughts churn. Another reset. Another day on this rusting ship. The commercial level's neon glow beckons, promising escape, however brief. Jervik adjusts the jacket's collar, its worn fabric brushing the neck, and steps into the bustling deck, where the scent of liquor and sweat already lingers. The neon glow of the sign pulsed in the dimness, a siren's call. The station, like every other, a rusted shell of monotony, offered no warmth, no belonging. Jervik stepped inside, the air thick with stale alcohol and sweat, the hum of voices punctured by rough laughter. Stragglers attempting to get their cut of these poor souls loomed in the shadows, hull hoppers as they were known. They lured men to their fate over these fawns, their eyes sharp, picking out marks. One sways toward a mechanic, hips rolling, fingers grazing his chest with a teasing smile. "Come on, big guy." She purrs, voice smooth and velvet, her breath carrying a hint of sweet wine. He grins, ensnared. He ambled to the counter, nodding at the quadcept as it rolled over, its treads scraping the floor. "I owe it a dumpling, hardline that," he muttered, leaning on the dented bar. The machine's arms danced, mixing his drink with flair, and Jervik's gaze drifted. One by one they strode to a man, coaxing him with taunting, playful quips, touches, and smiles, pressing close, a whisper, and they were off. The quadcept slid his drink over, the glass cool against his palm. He knocked it back, the burn a sharp kick to his senses. Rougher than he'd hoped, but it did the trick. He ordered another, eyes sweeping the room. Hull hoppers outnumbered patrons as the night deepened. He dispatched a few more drinks, and as the liquor courage builds, he makes his move. Jervik approaches a hopper with jade green eyes, her gaze glinting like polished stone. "Rough shift," Jervik says, hands in pockets, fingers brushing the coarse lining. "Do you drink on the job, or is that just for us sorry types?" She tilts her head, smirking, her voice low and probing. "Depends who's paying, spacer." Her fingers toy with a bracelet, its metal clinking softly. "You don't look like you've got much." Jervik forces a grin, jaw tight. "Enough for a round, maybe." The words carry a cautious edge, testing her. Her eyes cool, dismissive. "Busy enough." She turns away, her heels clicking on the floor, a sharp rebuke. Patrons snicker, their laughter a dull roar in Jervik's ears. Retreating to the bar, Jervik closes the tab, the quadcept's hum fading as the door hisses shut. The station's corridors stretch ahead, dim and humming with machinery. Jervik's boots echoed as he trudged to the cargo manifest terminal, his mind churning, dreams of a ship, a way out, anything but this. The station's corridors stretched ahead, dim and humming with machinery. Jervik's boots echoed as he trudged to the cargo manifest terminal, his mind churning, dreams of a ship, a way out, anything but this. At a terminal, he slumped into the chair, the screen's glow blurring through the haze of drink. Jervik mused at the routes he could take if he owned a vessel as he bumped and bounced his way to the quarters. Jervik mused at the routes he could take if he owned a vessel as he bumped and bounced his way to his quarters. The first struggle would be learning a new style of ship. If he ever got the opportunity, he wanted a much faster ship. Size was of no consequence as long as it had a hitch that could manage Unihalv's demands. Blinking behind red-lined eyes and deep purple bags, Jervik floated into his bed unit. He was asleep before strapping himself in. Alert! Containment present. Air quality below 20%. Advise repairs on station 70-5672. The cabin flashes red, green, blue, cycling with the PA's urgent drone. Jervik blinks against the light, scrambling for the railing, its familiar surface steadying, and pushes toward the engine room. Steam hisses from pipes, the air thick with a metallic tang, sharp in the nostrils. Could it be a grease clog in the dispensing unit of the filtration section? It had been 9 years without inspection. If there was a leak, without proper parts, he would be stranded. Thinking about alternate scenarios, as he made his way through the steaming pipes and protruding valves with a jumbled makeshift scaffolding. Hands, guided by muscle memory, navigate valves and scaffolding, their surfaces slick with oil. Red and green lights flicker on panels, CO2 levels spiking. The chemical mix unit shows no leaks. Options dwindle. Looking around at the hunk of mechanical death, thoughts of this ship being his coffin welled. Focus. The air is thinner. Your mind is wandering. Pay attention. What's the problem? He ordered himself as if he was an ensign again. The chemical mix boxes yield the fault. Adjusting the box to press the hose into the liquid, he watched the gauges above it slowly begin to normalize. He floated there, covered in sweat, wheezing for breath as he felt the comforting blow of the air circulating. Smashing his fist against the piping and instantly regretting it, Jervik grabbed the railing and pulled himself along towards the canteen. A good wind-down was required. The PA crackles. "Bob's your uncle, Kirkstan 556677. Are you good? Need assist? Detect a life support failure. Please respond. Last out. 235667 stamp." Jervik shakes his head, muttering, "Worthless loaders. Only notice when the lights stop flashing." The canteen chair creaks as Jervik settles, fingers flipping through news channels and investment logs, their tips brushing the table's slick surface. 9 years on this route. Savings inch towards 43% of a new ship. 3 days until Uniceps reload the tanker for 3 days until Uniceps reload the tankers for sternum 93, 94, 95. The next destination. The oldest manned station on the edge of the crystal cusp, the tail end of one wing of the galaxy. He rolled his eyes. 13 years one way. He switched the news to information on upcoming stock options pertaining to newly developed technology since he had last docked. The options were as limitless as ideas, words, sports, objects, religions. The accumulated value of the human species was tested in real time, upgrading the outer and older stations, allowing the central humanity AI to gather all information. Humans consider these 5 concepts above all else: quantum technology, coffee, sex, uranium-235, Sethism. Thus, they have been commodified into their own currency system, an NFT-based cryptocurrency that allows the NFT of a concept to represent the established backed value of that idea. It can then be used as a method of currency. This allows ideas to be shared and spread through the crypto stock. He had missed out on the rise of quantum technology. The others were way before his time, when the ship was in its prime, the lead freighter. Now it stumbled and limped behind them like a fossil needing to be put out of its misery. In that moment, what flashed on the screen brought his nose crashing against the monitor. The sting brought him back to reality. The words escaped aloud. New emerging theory connects the principles of quantum entanglement of data sending and places it into the realm of physical objects, sending a ship anywhere in the galaxy instantly. It was unheard of. It would change everything. The wait. A few hundred years, equivalent to a few months for most. equivalent to a few months, 4 at most. This was his advantage over people. The decision was to invest everything available before it was too late. The rest of the layover was dedicated to calculating the longest routes for the next shipping output, aiming to maximize cryo-sleep periods over the next 150 years. Utilizing the one freedom available, the choice of how to effectively move all the products, he planned to deviate from the algorithm. Whether the investment paid off or the ship broke down, it wouldn't matter either way. With a refined confidence, Jervik retired to the cryo chamber with a smile and a new hope for the future. Dreaming of grand desires, a great new world opened to him. His new route would be 15 years, the shortest route for the next 20 or so destinations. He clambered out of the cryopod with a joyous, almost childish, giddy nature. He looked at the graphs of the stock, 1.1% increase. He could have jumped if there was gravity to do so. The next bunch of hauls went by like a rushing river, waiting for the inevitable push to the sea. His calculations had been on the low end. Astonishment at the growth of the technology sent him into a fervor. Investments opened for withdrawal on his Stargate crypto stock. He had his eye on a specific Slinky class. He had already put out an offer for a few over the last decade. He had no responses as of yet. The maneuverability and structural integrity of the Slinky class ship, which was able to extend itself out using multiple engines to keep pressure steady across the ship. This enabled a 40% reduced time for deceleration. More deliveries, more money, more investment, more money. He would play the cycle and continue to monitor how the public viewed the Stargate technology. They had not wanted to accept it at first, thinking back to the histories of old Earth in the 21st century and the rise of the minor AIs at the time. The people struggled against the change that AI could produce, altering the direction and the speed of human technological development. With the ability to instantly travel anywhere with the Stargate technology, it would threaten a lot of business as well. This would be a good time to dip out on a business lease ship, such as the Kirkstand 556677. To be able to name your own ship, this left him wondering, did he have a namesake worth his legacy? He never had a wife or any children. He had 2 brothers. He was the oldest, and they always looked up to him. He could feel the weight of their reverence upon his shoulders. It had been a burden worth carrying, at least for the start. He had always been fascinated with wanting to see the edge of the galaxy and how far human civilization had been pushed. His family was accepting of his desire to be a trucker. They knew what it entailed and how it would affect them. They worried that their son did not truly grasp the concept himself. So it was not for themselves they pushed back, but for his own sake. The gold fades after use, though, and that had landed him in the predicament that forced him into placing all his pickles in one jar over the Stargate technology crypto stock. Now thousands of years had passed. If he had any relatives out there, it would be extremely hard to find them. The data reset over 2,000 years ago due to the implementation of quantum AI. It is said to be a conspiracy by the Upper Governmental Institutes of Humanity's Conglomerate United Association to press the past of crimes and the solving of immortality to keep them in control forever. Musings of fanatics no one truly took seriously. The fact they could figure out how to send data instantly anywhere in the universe once it was quantum entangled, but they couldn't figure out how to make it all compatible with old data sets. It did sound ridiculous, but it was a bureaucracy. But it was a bureaucracy after all. There was no limit to the idiocy of its components. Waking up to the satisfying sound of pressurized gas as the oxygen filled the room, the cool air feeling soft against his skin. Staring at the faded gray wall, ambitions bold, a sense of pride that had escaped his grasp. Jervik unstrapped himself and stepped out of the pod. Walking to the cargo door, he made his way through the access ports to the cockpit. Strapping in and moving the chair into pilot mode, he began the de-spin cycle. The weight lifting off of him was the procedure a practiced and calming moment. It took him back to the days of piloting mining freighters and asteroid belts. His first jobs before he moved into the trucking business. He had hated working with people and figured this was a better opportunity. The silence allowed him to concentrate, to think. He flipped the switch for the intercom to hail the approaching asteroid base. "Bob's your uncle." Guten Morgen. I've almost finished Daggerfall. Nice, Levi. Hell yeah, brother. That's what it's all about. Keep it up. Flip the switch for the intercom to hail the approaching asteroid base. Bob's your uncle, Glurgalic 346710. This is Kirkstan 556677. This is my last haul in this hunk, so let's get this over with, peeps. Last out, 874523 stamp. Jane's your aunt, Kirkstan 556677. This is Glurgalic 346710. You are cleared for landing. Bay doors 6754-343-12. Dock is prepared. Please proceed. Last out, 874856 stamp. Autopilot hums, a rare success. Uniceps engage smoothly. Jervik yawns, back cracking, anticipation bubbling. Unstrapping, Jervik drifts to the canteen, the railing's austere grip guiding. He sat down at the table and turned to the terminal. At last, a response. Garritan 4545, a Slinky Class 5000 with 12 engines and 13 compartments, with a deceleration capability of 1.2%, whereas the Kirkstand 556677 was a 46%. This indicated the time during the travel where the deceleration process would need to be started in order to successfully and safely slow the ship down. Those numbers were pretty good for its price. The age was concerning, but he had no other options at this point. He sent out a new message with his concerns over the ship before finalizing an inspection in person. He looked at the cargo log, studying its past hauls, checking its repair logs. He wanted to make sure he was not buying another piece of junk. He sent his offer. It was only 5% cheaper, but he knew the ways of negotiation. An automated message came back stating, "Owner deceased. Purchase a vessel available through impound. Please follow instructions of purchase for product." He sighed. No haggling with the government. Price was set. This worked in Jervik's favor because he could dock the Kirkstand 556677 and not pay a towing fee. Discount acquired. He began the registration process with a smile. Things were going his way. He looked over the new manifesto of schematics and data logs from the original logs. They lined up with the previous assessment. There would be no surprises. The inspections were well handled and documented, so the value of buying from the government is the security of the product. Sold. He had requested a midway drop point for a sum. It was worth it, cutting 23 years off of the trip. What could he call it? It came to him as he laughed, of course. 57 RU 6613 R5 C0 V3 Struggler's Cove. It was perfect. With a newfound position in life, as if he had gained access to the next level, having enough resources to be self-sufficient, relying on others had never been his strong suit or a way of life. He liked to stand on his own and show his worth through his actions. His destination was set. The company knew. His ends were tied. Back to cryostasis. The stations loomed before him as he sat down on the pilot chair. The display screens across the front were set to visual. He had not used these settings for years. A final memento for carrying him across the galaxy, peering one last time from her eyes into the vastness of existence. May she rest in peace and not obtain a new owner, for her sake as much as theirs. A towering sight, imposing, reminding him of his first years in space. The scope of human engineering and construction never ceased to amaze him. He had been in government sectors before, but nothing made within the last several thousand years. This abomination that lay before him was a Dyson sphere, amassing the energy of the sun, not for its purpose in light for solar panels, but its fusion heat. It was called the Behemoth for a reason. The main hub of the multi-layered, multi-connected space scrapers, like a spiked ball, it reminded him of an engine core. Nuclear energy has been the main technology behind fuel for 9,000 years. Once the problem of creating and containing an artificial sun became reality, The stars were now just another conquered milestone of mankind. Like the oceans of Earth by ancient man or the planet itself once they had basic flight, those who once said it was beyond our reach truly did not see the extent of the human spirit and will to achieve greatness. He would be a part of something that pushed galaxies to this point. With stargates across the universe, humanity would be unstoppable. What grand new horizon would there be to discover? The edge of the universe itself would bend to their will. The PA system came to life, and with it, his senses. Bob's your uncle, Kirkstan 556677. You are cleared for docking at Bureau Bay 5432-34-654. Last out 676523 stamp. Bay doors buzzed open, and there she was. The Garatan 4545, looming like a beacon of hope inside the hangar. The compartment nodes starkly contrasting the iron fiber reinforced rubber folds that held the seals in place. The single Southern-style engine protruding beneath the landing struts. The spectacle shook him. This was his. He walked up the landing ramp to begin the inspection. He had never worked with this style of technology. Requiring a bit of training on the computer systems was humbling. He knew how to work with analog systems tied into a computer terminal. However, all accessibility on the Garatan 4545 was through a terminal. This simplified the physical aspect of the troubleshooting system. At the same time, it was a pool of knowledge to learn the nuances and caveats of system integration and direct link control terminals. The old days of standing pipes and exposed rigging were over. The halls were fine-fitted fake marble, sleek and pristine. The previous owner of this ship seemed to have kept it as a relic, a model of restoration from the past. The operator, wiry with a clipped tone, greets. Impressive, isn't she? Terminal-based systems, no analog clutter. Pride tinges his voice, hands gesturing precisely. New tech's a challenge, Jervik replies, fingers tracing the polished wall, its glass smooth, surface cool. But manageable. The inspection flows. The operator's guidance efficient. Jervik masters terminal controls, intuitive yet complex. The ship's hum a steady pulse. It flew well. The systems were intuitive, and before he knew it, the test drive felt like he was on the Kirkstan 556677 again. The rattle in the chair was replaced by the excitement he presented. The ship was in standing order. They redocked on the station and proceeded to the main terminal to complete the transfer of the Kirkstan 556677 and the Garatan 4545. Jervik renamed the ship 57RU6613R5 C0V3, registering it officially. Placing a hand on the landing strut of the Kirkstan 556677, Jervik said a silent goodbye, a gesture of good luck, a habit lost to time. Only the most sentimental would understand. In his case, it was a feeling of relief that this mechanical junk heap had not... It was a feeling of relief that this mechanical junk heap had not ended him. Struggler's Cove's cockpit embraced Jervik, the chairs cushioning soft against the back. Crypto stocks soared, quadrupling wealth. Freedom from Unihall draws. Freedom from Unihall dawns. A freelance trucker now. Jervik registers a company. Keys clicking on the terminal, their cool plastic steadying fingers. Stock earnings fund a crew. Jervik's name spreads across the outer wings, stations praising quantum data receiving deliveries. Stations praising quantum data receiver deliveries. Captains clamor to join, messages flooding the screen, its glow warm against the face. Jervik sifts logs seeking reliable captains. As a trucker, there's little reason to ever revisit a station. The promiscuous nature of living on a station in the middle of space. Possibility your whole lifetime of not seeing anyone besides the other colonists or employees. Crimes of passion and affairs of the flesh were all too common in this forsaken sector. Jervik didn't mind that, but keeping an eye out to prevent the company name from being slandered became a priority. The other two at the end of the list would be held for the future if they were still available. Jervik wanted the reputation of his company to speak for itself, and lured the best of the best to him. The routes passed as sands wavering across the desert, pressing peaks further and further. He aimed for the infinite. The numbers didn't lie. The business was doing very well. It was the contrast that made Jervik shake his head. It felt like all his work was for naught. The money was building, but not at the rate the Stargate investment was. 83% of his wealth came from the crypto stock, with 8 other captains hauling for him. The cost of doing business was great. Jervik had expected it to be a rough start, just like the investments. Something inside said he was better off as a businessman than a trucker. The thought caused unease. The years passing, gaining more. There were several prototype Stargates now in circulation. The technology was sending people into a panic. An unexpected message popped up on his terminal. The Stargate startup company, stating that their main investors over the years were invited to a showcase of the terminal. The Stargate startup company, stating that their main investors over the years were invited to a showcase of the technology, and only the government and higher military departments had access to. This could be the first public press demonstration. The Strugglers' Cove pulled in beside the mob of ships surrounding the spectacle that was this showcase. A massive ring that appeared to be several thousand meters in diameter spun slowly and freely to the side of the hulking mass of a station. Jervik docked the ship. He joins the other investors in the main showroom at the station, the crowd of scientists, researchers, and businessmen all clamoring for each other's attention. Jervik strategically picked out the ends of the queues, popping in, mentioning a small quip about his status, or about his company and why he was here. He was building interest around his travels to the outer wing and how he had connected thousands of stations to the edge of humanity, enlarging the circle of expansion that his Stargate ultimately would lead to. Intergalactic travel. When these discussions happened, most people would never reach the end goal of this thought process. This was no exception. If we take the time and do it correctly, Jervik stated to the younger businessman, I have traveled about 80% of the way there in my years as a trucker. Heck, slop, there's no way. That'd be over 8,000 years. 9,354, actually, Jervik responded keenly with a smirk. You young'uns know not the old days. I'm glad I can move towards the next generation alongside you. He patted the man on the shoulder. Drinks and laughs were shared as Jervik made his way through the crowds, building awareness and presence for his company. He had received offers from captains. The potential of this endeavor was rising. There was an announcement that the demonstration would be starting soon, and all participants should return to their ships for alignment. Jervik sat in the captain's chair waiting instructions. The new autopilot on the Strugglers' Cove could sync and lock with the main structure, its twisting spires pressed across the surface of a plated ball. Each one a different lab for different research. The main product of this lab was nanochips. The technology of the quantum connectors had been set in each piece, allowing them to connect to create a larger device. This would allow Stargates to be built at any scale and size, from human travel to maybe even spaceports and stations. It would make building new stations on the edge of nowhere viable. This would mean an end to colony ships or cryo-travels for inhabitants of those new systems. It would also mean they were not leaving everything behind. The expansion of humanity would boom once more among the cosmos. Galaxies would be a mere step away. The thoughts mused through Jervik's head as the CEO of the company was making his speech about the day's events and the procedure to sign up for being the first offered when going to market. Jervik sat in his captain's chair watching the proceedings when it happened. The ship that entered the portal never responded. The gate shook and the portal evaporated. Panic and confusion on the main presentation team was evident. Solemn look on their faces as they bowed to the audience in apology. The Stargate on the end had exploded. The ship was unmanned. No one was injured. The exit was in a remote area, so there was nothing to worry about. The technology has some glitches, and time is not yet for it to be in the public. They groveled and begged to try and save face. Jervik knew it would take a hit, but he had confidence in the technology. It just needed to be refined. It proved it worked. It was just human inaccuracy that led to these. Eventually, that would be cut out, and the new age of instant travel would be here. Even if the problem cannot be 100% solved, all types of travel have their own dangers. He had lived with enough of them on the Kirkstand 556677. At a certain point, the convenience of the technology outweighs the risk. This was a big W for Jervik. He assumed the majority of the backers would bail after this show. Only those with the fortitude of future sight would hold fast their wealth in this pit of misfortune. The side business, he could still maintain growth. It would be stifled at first, but over time, he would rebuild. Jervik thought back to the old tales of history, the suppression of nuclear technology on Earth. It was one of the most famous lessons you could learn. Technology that threatens the power construct will always be suppressed. When a technology is so grand it breaks those principles and rewrites human existence, those holding their old ways crumble before it. Everything in this age ran off nuclear. Without its full development, space travel would not be viable. Stargates are no different. There will be setbacks, and people will push back, and it will be delayed and defunded. Jervik would hold fast to funding it, using what he had gained so far as a small stepping stone to the future he imagined. He would lose a significant amount of wealth at first. If he had not built his shipping business, he would most likely be bankrupt. He would reinvest the earnings of his company to regain those losses within a few hundred more years. This would be a task made for him. If he was the sole investor that made this technology viable, he would be the next Ted Hildrant, the inventor of the Hildy engine, the one and only engine to ever be built capable of space travel. It also incorporated the cryochamber into the design, an infinite source of energy in infinite time. The concept made him a galactic household name. Now they would say, Helsing Gates. The gates of hell opened, and upon the dark side was the heaven that we all forsake. He laughed at his musings of grandeur, thinking back to that day in the engine room, covered in sweat, barely breathing, thinking he needed to change his life before he died. What a thing, to think only 3 years had passed since then. Taking charge of his destiny had been so easy. The dreams he held of owning something grand, his name plastered upon the lips of the rich and powerful, stirred something in him, not as powerful as the thought of the lines on a graph shooting to the stars. But one could have many dreams, each a scale different from another, grand and minuscule. They were dreams nonetheless. Jervik spent time researching how the evolution and spread of the quantum entanglement data system CryptoStock played out, attempting to mimic the trends. He bought the dip several times over the next 50 years. He had a system now to rotate his captains to create the least route timing possible, allowing for the most manipulation of the market. The staggered check-ins helped to facilitate a greater hold over the market as it developed. Jervik now had more than 50 captains under him, running routes 15 to 30 years apart. He had told the captains at any point if they wished to retire, they could take their shares of the company and retire peacefully. These were not the type of people he had chosen, however. He had known the feeling of adventure and farsight of these captains, allowing them to create a group of people who, over the course of several hundred years, became the biggest investors and holders of Stargate technology. Oh, I'm gonna take a toke here. We got 5 more chapters to go, but we're like just over halfway there. So these chapters are a little bit longer. But, I don't know. I mean, as I'm reading through it, I'm like... I don't know. Just thinking, maybe it's just me, but thinking back to the old, what we had before, I think we completely over-edited this. We over-edited the fuck out of this. I think that's what happened. A thought had dawned on Jervik one day while he was wasting his time at a station dock, looking through the files of potential customers and employees. He quickly composed a letter to the head of Stargate Technology Incorporated, requesting that if at any point the product is ready to be shipped, he has a company and truckers to do the job. He explained his background and his investment records. Perhaps this would gain their attention. Multi-purpose use of his halls. Build the Stargate reputation while building his own. Hold them hand in hand. It would be a fantastic way to play both sides if it ever came down to the technology being subdued by some government entity. Pure scope of the technology and how travel currently worked proved this impossible to control in a meaningful way. Only the datasets from the quantum entanglement computer would be sufficient to catalog it all. Enforcing it, on the other hand, was a rather ridiculous notion. The system was built so it could facilitate the wants of the people without direct oversight. It had done its job magnificently. Now it would be the door through which the next adventure in the fate of humanity would be taken, from virtual to physical. Jervik put his feet up and leaned back. He pulled out a cigar from his fine coat and smelled it. Fresh Colton Reserve tobacco. Finest weave and seed this side of the wing. He had gotten used to this lavish life. He wanted more. He knew since this idea had come to him that he could not accept no as an answer. He needed to be the vessel, just as he had done many years ago with the quantum tech. The purveyor of newly structured systems, breaking the old and creating a new, more powerful structure. He saw the end of cryosleep as a necessity. Maybe he could find a living where he might interact with other people and become a member of society once more. He did long for the end of this ruthless passage of time. Other than the numbers in his portfolio, he had no one to live for. He entered the stasis pod, pondering if he should ask for extra funds on credit to build a fleet for the company. It had been several years since he went into his pod full of life and energy. He almost ran to the terminal when he woke up at the end of his trip. He had returned to the beginning of it all. The behemoth loomed before him. He recalled that day on the Kirk stand, when he pushed himself to be more than a backwater space trucker. He was now a business owner, here to negotiate with the person he once was. A tough nut to crack on this. He was the talk of the stations, a captain like no other. Jervik had to meet this man who is said to be the oldest trucker still alive. Such grand musings would, at that time, have been beyond him. Now he was here, ready to negotiate a life-changing contract. Securing this would flood captains to his airlock. He docked to the Struggler's Cove in the business and financing department. He had never been to a place of status before. It was a completely new world. He had, up to this point, been able to resist the need for any implants. If he was going to be the man at the top now, he needed to use the weapons available to him. He opened his eyes. It was disorienting at first, but after a few weeks, he was used to it. The routes he had to take to make this meeting left him 5 months short. He would use that time to familiarize himself with the workings of the more sophisticated technology on a scale he had only imagined. Modern technology is interfaced through the Neuralink, a terminal at a thought. Jervik set up his user interface to have a constant view of the stocks. He arranged and managed windows for specific purposes, a complete personalization of his vision. He had speeches and bullet points set to his command. He would join this meeting, appearing to be fodder. He would show these men of wealth that intelligence and cunning are two very different things. "The auditor will see you now." A message popped up into his vision. The meeting was beginning. He flipped through all the pages quickly, checking that everything was in place so he couldn't miss a beat. The formal handshake into a slight bow, an old gesture from a relic of ancient Earth, still had the power to give and take livelihoods. He had practiced etiquette and mannerisms. The expressions and approval from the rest of the board gave him an inner gratification he refused to show. He sat and listened to the speeches, heard the complaints, sat through the lectures. The moment had finally come. "Mr. Helsing, do you have anything to add?" He flipped a few pages from his notes, refreshing his memory. "Yes. As you know, I was invited because of my substantial support of the business over such a long period of time. Trucker breed is usually a die-alone career. Spend your life moving from one corner of the galaxy to another. You pick up some things in that time, though. I pay attention to people, their thoughts and ideas. I see how they work. Using the past as a guide, I predict outcomes at a very good rate. This has led to a rise in wealth I would never have imagined. Once I set my sights on a better life, I feel like I was already here. It's an honor to be among such prestigious men. He continued. I have done my homework. Since the incident at the test, public faith in the project has plummeted. I plan to restore that faith and boost our stock, not with a select few with great wealth, but to a great many with few wealth. He had them sitting on the edge of their seats. They had seen him come this far. He had yet to stumble. They had long cast aside their doubt and began to accept this might be a piece of the puzzle they had been missing. An insider to tell them how to advise and promote to the common people who believe this technology is not viable to their current life. He proposed a marketing campaign at the Central Trade Hub to show off the premise and ideas of the Stargate. The fact a trucker would be behind could let the common folk relate more. I think that's just a terrible sentence. Jesus Christ. The fact a trucker would be behind it could let the common folk relate more. The hub was only used for the high end of society, where the wealthiest went to acquire services from companies. It was perfect for promoting. People had forgotten how to be creative. Jervik may not be the most intelligent, but he was very creative. With a stressful pitch of the Kill me now. Jesus. With a successful pitch of their recruitment plan, he moved to his main objective. If you would bear with me for just one more proposal. I've been amassing a fleet of trucking vessels and captains. Since I originally facilitated the full expansion of the Humanity Conglomerate United Association through dispersal quantum entanglement updates to allow the galaxy to connect, I think it would be fitting to also accomplish that under my name with the Stargates, when they are ready. The board agreed, as they had no connections to shipping or trucking companies. This would solve many problems in one. With a new outlook towards the future, a secured place of wealth promising the highest status and widest spread of his name, his final goal would be to name the gates Hell Gates. It was an irony he thought would serve well. The idea of the danger would be placed at the forefront, and the public would become numb to its presence. For now, his job was to market the luxury of Stargate technology, to present it in a light people could not comprehend. Travel from the sandy beaches of a paradise resort world to your workstation in moments. No more station living. The population could separate its wings to true homes. Not the mechanical luminaries that shifted to your whim. They were cold and unfeeling. True visions of nature are felt, not seen. Jervik stood at the base of the Struggler's Cove. He was docked in a place he never expected he would find himself. The Central Trading Hub. A solar system-sized colossal city. It contained almost everything there was under the roof of mankind. The station provided a physical location for the promotion and demonstration of products. The wealthiest of humanity came here to indulge in the grand designs that pressed and measured in scope of human ingenuity, engineering, and innovation. The most outstanding upcoming technology had the main show floor, an entire planet dedicated to only the finest and most advanced products. Jervik would be on the moon that orbited the main showroom, more of an assortment of lecture halls. These facilities were used to describe and pitch the ideas of the technology, to answer questions from investors, and to perform the legal, legislative, and bureaucratic aspects. His first few months were adjusting to the working conditions, living off ship, and worst of all, having to deal with other people. He took this as a self-improving moment. He set up the schedules for seminars, researched the galaxy's top 100 richest people, families, or companies, and considered how these would interact with the Stargate system and improve their systems. Travel was always the biggest hurdle. With his presentations prepared, he began slow and measured. He found pride in the work. People were astonished at the depth of the concepts he presented. He even added in the name Hellgate as an example for a segue into the dangers and downsides of the technology, as well as the ways they were combating this and comparing it to other technology, death rates, accidents, acceptable loss, insurance, regulation, distribution, and most of all, military application. The thought of it had sparked some minds to dark places, asking whether the abuse of such technology or a monopoly on such technology could cause a whole new revolution in society, connecting the long-lost outer stations to a whole of humanity, the availability of standardized government oversight which is done in regards to all technology, the exploitation and integration and implementation was solved, the explanation of integration and implementation was solved. All that had to be done was spread the word and find those interested in being the first. Jervik compiled a new list of supporters and backers, new captains and trucker companies wanting to do collaborations. The 5 months he had been on the station were as successful as he could have anticipated. The preparation had sold most of the people. No matter what questions they asked, he had an answer, even if it was made up on the spot and refined over time. The intricate knowledge of the galactic structure, having visited thousands of stations in his 25 years of trucking, gave him an edge that pushed his confidence. He had learned many skills while he was here. He felt much more personable, having so many complex conversations with people, having to be polite and courteous, while the next meeting would be over drinks and laughs. The different kinds of people and how to deal with them was one of the reasons he was fit for the outer stations. They were in the worst of conditions and would display that. Having survived that many of them hardened him to the ways of most people. Here it was a social gesture, a bow, a wink, a firm handshake. Through their demeanor he could read them like a book. He would strip them of the text and replace it with his own. Even after all of this, he pondered that itch in the back of his mind. This was furthering his goals, but he felt it was time to move on. He had options. Others had offered and even started their own seminars to cover more ground. A true businessman, he could turn anything into an advantage. He missed the thrill of waking up, not knowing. It was like being a kid again. He longed for those moments. Jervik conveyed his request to the board members, stating he had a replacement. His progress was secured. He mixed open space, the trek, the hall. It called to him as much as the numbers did. Watching the station disappear from view as he began a new route, it felt like home here. He was saying goodbye to a stagnant dream. He would not live his own. The Struggler's Cove had served him well, but now it seemed beneath him. The next ship would be pristine, a true yacht for his newly acquired extravagant chase. He would not simply buy one, he would custom order design one from scratch, perfect to fit all his needs. He spent several weeks of his first route messaging companies and using the connections he had gained during his time grounded. With all the preparations set, he sank into cryostasis pod, so excited to see the fruits of his labor materialize before his eyes. The thought he would stay awake for days for this feeling if sleep was not forcefully induced. The sight was magnificent, truly awe-inspiring. The plain gray and beige color betraying the intricacies of the design, inspired by the imaginings of the grand old ships of Earth that ruled the seas in the days before the industrial age. Jervik smiled to himself. It was as extravagant as his ambitions at this point. He could still feel that itch, though something calling in the distance. Creative liberty indeed. He shook his head. He shook the hand of his compatriot. The man gestured towards the ship. "What is she to you?" he asked Jervik. "A maiden's navel," he jested, explaining his naming convention. "So on paper, it is M4I, D3N, N4V41. He couldn't keep the facade anymore and laughed. He saw in the man's face that look he always tried to stay away from. His time on the Central Hub Station had not changed his mannerisms. "It's mine after all. Names are a game I play with all my ships. This one will be the benchmark of a grand new age." Jervik patted the man on the back. "I am sad to see you go. You will be remembered through this masterpiece you created." The man's face now looked perplexed. Jervik knew he would never understand those words. They began the inspection, and before long, Jervik was accumulating to the ship. The technology was similar to the central hub. This was top of the line now. Fully augmented internal reflectors so you could customize the ship as you saw fit. Millions of options, and with pixel-by-pixel creation, AI for placing images from your mind directly onto the walls. For marketing purposes, Jervik chose to maximize the effect of the presence inside of the ship. The selling point of the outside was extravagance, and the inside was personal and cozy. His next mission was to inspect possible locations for the first few Hellgates. With this lure, he would catch his fill. The most effective means to selling this product to the population was not through efficiency. It was for the wealthy and privileged. The planet resorts, the executive luxury accommodation centers, solar cruise lines. Begin the day at a fabulous spa planet, one step away to a paradise SeaWorld, another to a floating city overlooking a mountainous jungle. The possibilities were endless. The ad slogans and campaign ideas railed through his head as he undocked from the station. His new beauty in hand, his first destination was a resort on the most famous world in the galaxy, Gorgon 451. The purples, oranges, and yellows of the atmosphere pressed against the shadow of a gas giant in a trinary system, one outer blue dwarf and two inner merging M-class yellow dwarfs. The atmosphere of the gas giant bent the light around it, causing dazzling displays across the planet. The water sparkled a dark purple with specks of light blue. The islands strewn across this water world were treated as a singular room. Rent an entire island on this beautiful spectacle that the universe has never seen. The potential was endless here. If the technology advanced enough, they could have gates between the islands and not even need ships. The changes that could be made for convenience alone were worth the cost. He docked to the Maiden Naval, landing on the designated island. A delegation of several servants, 2 lawyers, and owners of the system greeted Jervik with a slate of legal documents and requests for information. He had expected this from such a formal institute. He had everything prepared, sending the information directly to the proper lawyer. They smiled and approved. He had passed the first test. The tense atmosphere he had expected was already shattered. They left Jervik to his inspection. He had 3 days to see the extent of his island's most luxurious resort. This was the first time he had been anywhere that truly shook his being. The colors and view of the suns, the gas giant, several moons, all on the background of an aurora that spanned from horizon to horizon. Jervik experienced the greatest delights of the galaxy, food that he had never imagined could exist, a sense of peace and belonging, accommodation and respect. Yet through it all, he could only think about the next trip and the gains made in that time. Every time Jervik woke from his cryosleep, he had 2 screens set in his vision. His elation at the numbers made him blink and clap. As the trips passed on for the next several hundred years, the Stargate technology became more stable. It now met the minimum safety requirements to be established as a regulated source of travel. The main prototypes were tested by the military as a prerequisite to allow regulatory approval. With his list compiled, Jervik prepared the final stage of his plan, the distribution of gates through his company. He would haul the important ones himself. He had planned the routes and given orders to try to accumulate the largest trucking fleet ever established to propel the galaxy into a new age. The years melted away as the Stargates spread from being only accessible by most wealthy to allowing private purchase of Stargates. The technology still had some drawbacks, and there were a few setbacks with accidents. But with all technology, those incidents faded into memory as the convenience outweighed people's fear. Jervik was now among the top 1,000 richest people in the galaxy. He had secured his own homeworld and built a resort on it, the gambling empire of casinos, bars, and airlock lust. He had created a haven for the lower class to reach. Having come from the lowest of the low, he wanted to offer those at the bottom the chance to see what the top was and perhaps climb to it. There were no charges to enter. All you needed was to apply and wait. The waiting list, however, was over 5,000 years long. Since the only cost was getting there, and that was through a Stargate, the process was vetted to prevent abuse. It happened, but most of the time, you stuck out like a sore thumb as a high-class individual among what they would consider scum. Jervik basked in the glory of his creation. He felt he had made a place in the world for himself. He still longed to see the scope of possibility for the growth of his wealth. Could he buy entire systems and create a corner of the galaxy for the fallen? He built an underground space dock where he left the maiden naval. He spent his time delegating control of the business and hiring anyone he could when he found a recruiting problem that needed to be solved. He simply wanted to be the last resort to reach if a problem occurred. It began small. A year here, 2 years there, then 10 years. The resort company flourished. His trucking business was thriving. The Stargate technology was as cheap as it could be, accessible to the general public. Most people had one in their house or on their ship. The decades bled into centuries. Jervik thought back to all his experiences of how he had gotten here, the security of his wealth, the status and influence it offered him. He had used it all vicariously, taking it and appointing it as a station to be overlooked and acted on. His worries and woes bled away. Jervik looked at the graphs. They had steadied out over the last 100 years. The peak of the technology had passed. He was losing his elation. The next step was 1,000 years, then 10,000, finally 100,000 years. Jervik blinked as his heart began to race, a feeling he had not felt in a millennia. He felt his head spinning as panic lurked into his soul. The feed on his vision was blank, the connection severed. Leaving the maiden naval and returning to the surface, the sight shocked him. He looked down as he clasped his chest, his frail, weathered skin hung to his bones, sagging, spots and wrinkles prevalent. He pressed his hand to his face. He had let it all slip away in the pursuit of that high he couldn't replace. That struggle had led him here, to the end of it all. He looked across the broken, stagnant landscape, the aged and decayed buildings, the fallen platforms and signs strewn through the streets. Not a soul to be found. He looked to the sky and almost shouted with joy. The Stargate was still there. He could see it orbiting, perfectly undisturbed. He leapt into the captain's seat and began the dialing program. He spent several hours going through the list of possible destinations. The fear was rising in him once more. The list was running out, and he had yet to be able to establish any connection. He thought to old numbers from the far stations he delivered gates to. His memory was charred. He had relied on the system too much. He had once thought he was the last man to do complicated math in their head without the assistance of technology. He had abandoned that life long ago for extravagance and the lure of high class. He had let it consume him and drag him to the end of what could be humanity. Now he mused that he might be the last human alive. At last he had made a connection. He steadied himself as he lifted the ship off the docking bay and flew into the atmosphere. It had been ages since the ship had flown, but it seemed no worse for wear. He stared into the portal as it grew on the vision screens. He had tried to hail, but there was no response. His last resort was to hope for the best. He had traveled through gates so many times, it was as entering an airlock. But this was different. Every inch of his being was screaming for him to abandon this attempt, cut his losses and attempt to call for help in another way. He knew it was futile, though. If the link was down, there had been a major change in the last 100,000 years. Jervik took a deep breath and closed his eyes as he steered the maiden naval towards the unknown. Yeah, that was about an hour. So we could probably cut that down to about 50. I could definitely see us cutting that down to like 55 minutes. Man, you really read that whole thing. Yup. I didn't know if I was going to, but every chapter I was like, well, we're going. We're just gonna keep going. Yep, just keep going. Hey, look at that. We're already in chapter 15. We're done and over with. Hell yeah, let's go. Persevere, my friend. Persevere. Oh, but now we have it down, because now all we have to do is edit it, and I'm just going to do, like, the chapters with, like, space kind of, like, backgrounds and nebulas and, like, pictures and shit. I'm not going to go anywhere near hard for the imagery because of how, like, brutal it is. But let's do a comparison. Compare me to this. Because I still think I'm shit compared to this guy. I'll wish over the sea.
I took a final grassy step to overlook the seaside steep. An unhindered breeze blew through the cold evening. She was a few dozen paces from the manor where she had spent half of her short life, and the memories which filled that distance now seemed a gleaming ocean apart. She had turned 20 today and been promised away as a token to another esteemed family. Julia had been chosen for marriage far later than her fair sisters, and given for far less. Before long, she would be on the arduous journey to a backwater villa with no name lord she'd never met, all for the sake of her family name, or their wealth. So she thought. Julia glanced over the fine rosewood railing that lined the edge, then ran her hand gently along the weathered engravings. Age had not diminished the artistic qualities. Father demanded the finest from craftsmen, required it, even. Only the best for the Rivers family, since you're only worth what others can see. Twirling back towards the manor for one final look, Julia gripped the rail and hopped atop. This would be the final visit to her favorite little spot. Nothing stood between her and the long fall to the deep waters below. No sharp rocks or jagged edges with which to meet a sudden end. Just the smooth fall down into an open ocean. This wouldn't pose a problem for Julia, who cannot swim. "The rivers who can't swim," her mother would sigh. "Not a drop of talent left for you after your siblings, is there?" Maybe it's because I have so many, Julia often thought. Siblings, that is. Mother gave much love to each of her many brothers and sisters. What was left for Julia was spread as thin as air by the end of the day. Maybe it was because her hair was a different color from the rest of her kin, or because she never seemed to get anything right. But it was okay. Julia always forgave her mother. There was no one else to turn to if she didn't. Then a deep, sweet hum, accompanied by a low rumbling just below Julia's neck, rang forth. She reached down to grasp her necklace and felt the little stone resting at the end. Her 16th birthday gift from her grandmother. Julia's face winced in perplexity as the stone vibrated, warm against her fingers. The magically blanketing sensation reminded her sorely of her grandmother. She had always been the embodiment of kindness. On the rare visit, she would take over Julia's study session and fill the time telling odd stories of adventure. A welcome reprieve from her father's tutoring. He cracked Julia's knuckles bloody with a wooden stick many nights if she gave incorrect answers in her lessons. He knew she'd be worth more if she took her education seriously. Julia lifted the stone to eye level, cocked her head, and examined the peculiar glow. In the years she had carried this trinket to commemorate her grandmother's passing, the stone had never acted as such. "A piece of a star," her grandmother would regale. "With each day that passes, this star will know your heart. And when the day comes that you need it most, your wish will be answered." Julia struggled against the idea. A wish. Not a night had ever passed that she could recall a dream or desire, let alone a wish. She loved her grandma, however, and when her grandmother passed soon after, Julia honored her by carrying that stone each day. The humming stone sang gracefully from her palm and began to rise. She lifted her chin in awe, eyes fixated on the gleaming orb. To her astonishment, her stomach began to sink. She was beset with envy. The stone defied the very gravity which had trapped her so long. Her voided feelings became a wavy wash of color without understanding, and despite this uncertainty, she knew she could now make her wish. And yet, no wish came to mind. She stared quietly and long at the beauty within the stone, thoughts afluster. Life had beaten into her that she had no talent, no plan, no future, and no wish to make. Her moment had arrived and nothing came, not for her family, not for herself. The pressure of inaction rose like a crackling dam with each sorrowful second, and the unassuming star merely sang on. Every failure began to surface inside. Every painful night and horrid moment she had experienced diminished the wonder. This was just one more thing she could not do, and she would bear it no longer. Julia snatched the stone straight from the air and leaned backwards off the railing without another thought. No more dread. She had already been ready. Julia would take her empty wishes to whatever may lay beyond. Plummet turned to plunge, and the water swallowed her whole. Julia had hardly managed to close her eyes before the icy sea grew heated, and as she sank further, burning. The stone clutched tightly, seared her hands, and then dryness. Rather than water, she found that air filled her lungs rapidly. Her eyes flew wide open. "Julia!" yelled her father in the distance. She reflexively flinched as if his words were a gnarled bite. "Come, don't make me wait all evening. We'll all enjoy the new view, but it's time for study." He spoke sternly as ever, grabbed the cusps of his velvet vest, and turned with perfect posture down the pathway to the manor. Up and down, the railing beside her shone with fresh polish. Rosewood scent filled the air with citrus and a gentle floral mix. The frame stood taller than she remembered. Shavings of wood lay at her feet, and she reached down to scoop up a handful before a gust whisked the remnants over the cliffside, just as she had only a moment before. As if streaking light over a stormy sea sky, Julia realized that this moment was the first time she had ever stood at the overlook. The first day they had arrived at the manor. "Julia!" he yelled harshly now, commanding. "Come!" She felt her chest swell with what she still could not comprehend. The void inside was gone, and now only regret remained. That and something more. Far more. She looked to the cliff where she had just thrown everything away a moment before, and then back to her father. Then she ran. Julia raced on as fast as her legs allowed, and when she felt that her body might give out, she ignored the numbness. Her father's enraged voice carried away softer and softer as the distance increased. "Julia! Julia!" Over and over. Onward. Away from the cliffside, away from the manor, and away from the river's family. Beyond the gates and down into the roads unknown. Julia did not know what her wish was, but for the first time in her life, she knew what it wasn't.
Damn! This guy's fucking good, man. I'm jealous. It's definitely not a difference in visual presentation between you and him. What do you think you need to improve on to get to this quality? Voice acting. Like, just my ability to read. I'm fucking retarded. But, you know, that's why it's like, what do you think? Because, like, that could just be me hating my own voice, right? So that's why I like third-party opinions. Like, what do you think of my like, me telling, like, me, I don't even know how to say that, you know, like, me speaking versus him speaking. Me reading versus him reading. I just think he has an elegant, soft, like, you know, emotion-filled voice, whereas I'm, like, monotone as fuck. That's why I'm like, I don't know if, like, reading the story on stream is the right way to do it in order to make the YouTube video. But then I gotta spend an hour off stream reading it again. So at this point, I'm just like, okay, well, let's go through, like, the next 10 stories and let's see if I improve my quality of speaking. And if not, then it might just be something that I'm just not good at. And that might be my barrier for entry for stories. Which then becomes, okay, well, if my voice doesn't work, then we go to AI voice and see how AI voice works. And if AI voice has more emotion than me, well, fuck, buddy guy, what are you gonna do, right? The music sets a pretty good atmosphere, too. So, there is that. But, take a toke and move on to class privilege commentary. Oh. I know the music's too loud, as always. Never really know. Because sometimes it'll just go up and down, you know. Sometimes it's too quiet, sometimes it's too loud. Let's see how we want to word this shit. We want something along the lines of with the decline of DEI. I don't even know. I can't even remember. Like, I'm so high, I can't remember what DEI stands for anymore. Well, that's embarrassing. Right. Diversity, equity, inclusion. Right. Right. Inclusion. Because of its foundational racism. Beliefs of lower racism / sexism ideals in giving advantages based on immutable characteristics. What do you think the chance of switching these systems to a, what do you call it? Class-based. Oh shit! Period blood drinker 415. Oh damn!
Hi, sweetie. The patron was just telling me Mr. Archcommander Consummate.
Do you sell period blood or discharge? I want to use it as dipping sauce for my French fries. I have iron deficiency. Very, very good. Good cause. Good cause. Sorry, wrong chat. True, brother. True. This guy knows what's going on.
3-pack a day voice.
I got confused with long hair. No, that's totally okay, man. It's all good. Don't worry about it. It's understandable. Kick is filled with villains. Well, it's like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna go on Kick and you're gonna troll. The fuck else are you gonna do with your life? Reddit's pretty much banned everyone everywhere. 4chan was like shut down. So it's like, these people that obviously are gonna go to Kick. I mean, it's entertainment. What are you gonna do? Twitch is filled with snowflakes. Agreed. Agreed. Doesn't mean they're all snowflakes, but yeah, you know. People definitely don't like my, boldness to push the line, I guess you would say. You know? Like, from femboy to, politics. Only gays and sissy boys use Twitch in 2025. Well, I mean, I'm a sissy boy, so that works for me. 100% works for me. What do you think the chance of switching these systems to a class-based, systems to class-based? I better get my nail polish out then. Well, which color? This one? Or 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 this one? Wait, or this one. And that's like a tenth of the ones that I have. Thought gays use black. Well, I'm bi, so I just use whatever color I like. Talk about your time in /POL. Oh, the good old days. The good old days. Yeah, pretty much, right? That's where we all know the original ASL. Not the Africa Star League StarCraft, like the actual age, sex, location meme. As always, what do you think the chance of switching these systems to class based on income? Fucking Fed deleted the entire site. Badoop, gadoosh, gadon, gadon, gadun, gadoop. Bye. Yep, pretty much. They all saving it for themselves, motherfuckers. But hey, you know, it is what it is. Can't win them all, right? No one knows. I'm assuming you are 9-gauger 2. Not quite sure what that means. That went woo over my head, bro. Congratulations! You're level 1! 9-gag. Did you participate in Justice for Greta? No, fuck Greta Thunberg. Fucking stupid activist fucking retards fucking up the world, man. That's not how you do activism. Activism nowadays is so fucking retarded. Got it. You are not 4chaner. No, I'm not a 4chaner. I don't have enough time. I mean, back in the day, like in high school, you know, did like 2008, 2009. Now I don't want to. Not on this PC. I'll look it up on my phone. I have no idea what I'm looking for. This is all just talking about her being deported from Israel. Fuck if I know. 4chan is dead. Government banned it or took control over it after someone shared Hunter Biden's laptop files. Now there's no freedom of speech left on internet. There never was freedom of speech on the internet. People just thought there was freedom of speech on the internet, which is what the government wanted. It is what it is, broskies. You know? There was freedom of speech on the internet when I was young. Same here. But, now everyone just sticks to their own corner, and if anyone leaves their corner, everyone gets, I can't even call fat girl fat on Twitch. No one had the capabilities to control anything back then. Yeah, and now everyone controls everything on the internet. And yet, oh no, they don't want to be held accountable for anything. It's a fucking joke. These systems are class based on income. Siberian Mouse first studio. Someone just needs to create a website where you can do whatever you want. So it's like it includes, like, it incorporates like everything, like YouTube, Kick, Twitch, Rumble, OnlyFans, like fucking everything. And you can just do whatever the fuck you want on it. As long as it's not against the law. Don't Google these if you don't know what you are doing. Yeah, that's shit I probably wouldn't touch on this PC. In the next 10 years. I think this is probably the best we're gonna get. With the decline of diversity, equity, and inclusion because of its foundational racism and sexism ideals and giving advantages based on immutable characteristics, what do you think the chances of switching these systems to a class based on income in the next 10 years are? Alright, get your tokes ready, boys. Do you toke, period, blood? You better fucking toke, good sir. If you do, get your toke ready. Get your shit prepped, motherfucker. Oh, LGBT propaganda will be dead in some years. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. We've already done a commentary on removing the, and separating the LGB from the TIAQ fucking T2S plus whatever bullshit. Because one is a sexuality and one is a gender identity. They're two completely different concepts, so the only reason they're thrown together is for social disorder. Right? And as Asmund says, we are speed running making gay marriage illegal. If we keep this shit up. People are fucking done with this shit. Waiting till they admit poisoning children food with hormone blocking medicine. I mean, are they done some fucked up shit? I would 100% believe it. World's a fucked up place. People do fucked up things. Money just be money for them, right? People are goddamn money for them. You mean preservatives that lower people's testosterone, or is this some other conspiracy theory I'm not aware of? Same Beezus. Is this the new one? Part of population controlled by elites. Where are you from, period blood? Are you an American? Are you an American? You from America? Are you from America, sir? Given the current societal shift away from DEI frameworks, which are increasingly criticized for prioritizing immutable characteristics like race or gender in ways that some view as inheritably discriminatory, there is a growing interest in addressing economic disparities instead. Your query asks about the likelihood of switching to class-based systems focused on income over the next 10 years. Based on current trends and reasoning, I believe there is a high chance of this transition occurring. Here's why. I doubt the actual elites are part of the government. They're probably just nameless people who just have at it. No, there are two names that you need to know. There are two names that you need to know. Can you guess? Hold on, I'm going to do this off, and then I'm going to bring them up. Can you guess what the two names are? Any names you know for a fact is just one they let you know about. They were nameless till Elon Musk went crazy. No one? No one can say the two names? You guys are spouting this shit, but you can't say the two names? Okay, well there's one, BlackRock. There you go. What's the other one? Vanguard. Vanguard, whoever owns and backs Vanguard and BlackRock are the people that control the world. Isn't JP Morgan a subsidiary of Vanguard? Like pretty much every other bank is. Like a bank either tied to this or to this, and both of these are tied together. So it's a 100% monopoly on basically every bank in like the entire world, basically. Biggest scam in like 150 years. Reasons supporting a shift to class-based systems. Economic disparities are tangible and measurable. Income provides a clear, quantifiable metric to identify who needs support. Unlike DEI frameworks that rely on broad categories like race or gender, income-based systems allow for targeted policies that directly address financial need. This makes them more practical and easier to implement effectively. Reason they don't like China, they can't enter China. Because China's doing their own fucking thing. Because China has their own ideas. I don't know if those ideas are valid, but you know, they got their own ideas, eh? Right? They tried to kill all of their own ideas, but hey, still, they've got ideas. You know, Xi Jinping's got something going on, right? Rising political and social momentum. Or, sorry, greater inclusivity. Class-based system focused on income helps individuals from all backgrounds to face economic challenges without favoring one group over another based on immutable traits. This avoids the divisiveness often linked to identity-based approaches and appeals to a broader range of people. Rising political and social momentum. There's increasing agreement among policymakers and the public that economic inequality is a root cause of societal disparities. As critiques of DEI grow louder, particularly around its perceived reliance on race and gender advantages, class-based solutions are gaining traction as a fair alternative. Technological advancements. Tools like data analysis and AI can improve how we identify and address economic disparities. These technologies enable precise targeting of resources, making income-based systems more efficient and appealing in a data-driven world. You believe China, India are bad, you are brainwashed by Google and monopoly of search engine. China and India care for their people and not letting Western world manipulate, which is pissing West elites. Okay, then I'll bring this up for you then, and you can answer to this.
Welcome.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, what do you think of this then? With that mindset, what do you think of this? Goddamn, it's probably way down there. Factories keep exploding all over China. So let's just look at it. Let's just look at it. Guys, let's just look at it.
It's full of a lot of stuff.
I can offer a couple promises.
Yeah.
There's a couple things in this episode where, like, for example, the bioweapon, the aggro weapon, we have a lot more insight than other places that you've seen, I promise.
Yes.
A lot more.
Yep.
And the Trump-Elon thing, a lot of China angle insight that I promise you have not heard anywhere else.
Yes.
So there, and not to mention can you believe that many factories exploded this week?
On the same day.
On the same day.
It's like a Ukraine-style coordinated
Yes.
attack.
Dude, so help us get eyes on this. Give us a thumbs up if you're watching, whether it's live or in post. Consider sharing it on your socials, and we're going to get right into it.
Yes, let's get right into it, guys. So we're going to saunter into it with what's new and show you a couple funny clips. And of course, talk about what's new specifically with regards to China. So, for those of you who don't know what that sign says, that basically says toilet on it. Okay? There's a little Soso over there that's just sitting there on the side of the road, and it's a public toilet. Yeah.
Damn, he's fucking lucky, dude. Okay, so ignore what they're saying, and we're, you know, it's like look at the videos. So what do you think the source of the videos are then?
Oh, he says,
Oh my.
Did you see I Show Speed recent
that's what
visit to
you
China? You know what I'd say with that, period blood, is that's like frickin' the interview level shit. It's not censored, it's just, you know, that it's like, that's just the part of China that's actually like, you know, they're putting on a show, right? It's all for publicity. That's what it's all about.
Chocolate is chocolate in Afrikaans, so it sounds very similar. We had an incident, pot plant or something, maybe.
Yeah, it's potted plants.
Yeah, it landed right next to his foot, like just an inch over would have hit him on the head and killed him because he's an old man.
Bro, in my building,
yeah,
it's probably 30 stories. It's a huge building. A person threw a toilet, like a Western toilet, out of their window. It fell all the way down and smashed everyone, almost killed people. And they actually had to put up a sign. They were like, don't throw things. This stuff happens all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I almost got hit by a 2x4, actually.
Yeah, yes.
It got thrown out and had nails in it and everything. My worst story about this, though, I was walking in the parking lot in Buji in my complex. It was kind of a wet, sort of rainy day. So there was like, you know, water and all over the cars and stuff. And this splat happened right next to me in a car. And it was a used sanitary pad that a woman threw out of the... And I looked...
So you're telling me there's no accidents happen in Great USA? No, accidents happen all the time in the U.S. It's just, you know, it's what... Let's talk about Boeing whistleblower death. Yeah, exactly, right? But then again, you know, you go to... That's the thing, is we can talk about that period, but you go to China and you start spouting about Tiananmen Square, you're dead. You're gone. You're disappeared. No one ever see you again. Bye-bye. And everyone's seen I Show Speed stuff. They're showing the best of China for one of the America's biggest streamers to make themselves look better. Just like when America shoved out all the homeless people from San Francisco when world leaders were visiting. I agree that America is corrupted, but if you think China isn't, that seems like you might be also brainwashed. Yeah, because we're not saying America's, like, perfect or anything, and there was actually a Boeing crash today. I don't know if you guys knew about this, but this shit happened fucking today. $242 people, one person survived. Now, but think about this, Beezus. 40% of all commercial planes in the world are Boeing planes. So when almost half of all the world's planes are Boeing planes, when there's crashes, there's almost a 50% chance that that's going to be a Boeing plane. That's how big Boeing is. But I do agree that they're fucked as a company, and the whistleblower shit is like fucked up. But that's just the way the world is. Like, I'm a total conspiracy Andy with that kind of shit. I'm like, that to me is just like the absolute proof of the fucking, whether you want to call it the Illuminati or not. And 70% Plash crash are Boeing in last decade. Probably something like that. And how many of those are pilot errors? That's the thing, is how much of that is pilot error and how much of that is the actual plane malfunctioning. Because in this case, it seems like this was pilot error.
Up and she was actually looking out the window because she threw the units, and
Airbus had 1 crash in decade and Boeing had 6. Well, the Boeing is also 60% Airbuses as well. Sure, but the people they killed were people who reviewed their planes, said you need to replace these parts because they're going to make it crash. And they were told to change their review or they'd regret it. Once they didn't, they were just found dead 3 separate times. Oh yeah, I know, Beezus. Boeing is fucked. 1 crash by Airbus is by terrorist attack.
Like buttered bread lands upside down.
Don't say buttered bread!
So, like this, it went like this and there was this blood went...
Buttered bread bloody bad.
Yeah, but it was like right near me. Luckily, I don't think any of the spray got on me, but that visual, you know what I mean?
That's a little too much.
True, Sean.
I'll give you a puke protester. I'm sorry. Yeah. Anyway, back to this. Guys, it's something you have to be vigilant about in China, is that they have warning signs everywhere as well.
Yeah.
But it's more like a warning sign like, don't throw things out.
Don't do it. Yeah, that's
not
what
like, look out for falling junk. It's like,
True,
don't throw things
out. See you, Sean. Have a great day. But yeah, anyway, so like they've lived in China. It talks. Looks great today. What you do with your hair? I didn't comb it, Callie. Welcome. How's it going? I didn't comb my hair. I was just being fucking lazy today because I didn't work today. Who is sponsoring for California riot and what happened to wildfire investigation? I don't know. They're trying to find that out because there's this guy who was, what was it? Shield mask in riot. Yeah, the guy got arrested. They were handing out this thing called the Bionic Shield. And he got arrested. So they're looking for the person who spent like $10,000 on these face masks to give to rioters. That's what I'm interested in. Who the fuck is paying for this shit? Better not be the taxpayers. I'm Canadian though, so it doesn't really affect me. There's no one more suspicious. There's no one more suspicious about what's happening in America right now than Americans. Yeah. Americans are like, what the fuck is going on? What? That's why they're in favor of fucking Trump. Because they just want shit to change. And Trump knows the inner workings of that kind of shit. So it's like boom, bada bing, bada boom. There you go. No, Callie, what he means is they're the ones who are the most suspicious about what's actually happening. Like, Americans are the ones saying, there is someone behind this. Are Chinese people suspicious about their country, or is it too perfect for them to judge? No, Beezus, if you criticize the government... Okay, did you know this? It's also something that the China show did. I wonder if I can find it. Chinese boy arrested for smacking Mao statue. Yeah. And he has like he went on TikTok and he was like smacking it around. He was meaning like, fuck you, Mao, fuck you, Mao, fuck you, Mao. And then he got arrested for it. Well, China and India are already superpowers. It's just they're like number 3 and number 4 next to like America and Europe, like the EU. But even then, the EU is falling behind in that metric as well, where Saudi Arabia and most of the, like a lot of like the good parts of the Middle East, yeah, EU is a joke. Like look at Saudi Arabia and like these parts in the in the Middle East that are like opening up their tourism, allowing alcohol. They're like supporting. That's what I was wondering, Beezus, too. I mean, not that it really matters, but I'm just interested. Rising political and social momentum. I think we did that. Technological advancements. You should check Indian FM Europe problem quote. I hear a plane, guys. It pissed half of Europe. Well, I'm Canadian and we already have that shit happening. Tools like data analytics. Oh yeah, we already did that. Global trends. Many countries have already shifted towards class-based policies, prioritizing economic need over identity categories. This international momentum is likely to influence discussions and reforms in other nations, including ours, over the next decade. Challenges to consider. While the shift seems probable, it won't be without obstacles. Pushback from DEI advocates. Most Asian countries are hyper-nationalistic. That's just part of their... It's always been part of their history. It's because they're usually... Like, Asian nations have been around for a lot longer than the Western nations. Like specifically Canada and North America, or the United States. Right? It's same with like a lot of countries in Europe are also like that. That's why they'll be more likely to point a finger out towards the other countries at their own. Europe has grown out of a mindset that its problems are our world's problems. Jai Shankar. No idea who that is. But all I remember is the speech that from one of the Arab leaders saying basically to Europe, and this was in like 2017 or something, that if they continue the direction, they're gonna have massive problems. And now they have problems of like random Muslims praying in the street and fucking up traffic, and they like won't do anything about it. And like the huge migration problem of the EU. Pushback from DEI advocates. Some supporters of existing DEI frameworks may resist, arguing that class-based systems fail to address historical injustices. Who the fuck cares what historical injustices tied to race or gender? This could spark debates about whether income focus alone is sufficient. Muslim will be next Jew. Wait, what? You mean in terms of like how people view the stereotypical view of a Jew being, you know, the rich rulers of the world, essentially, and like the idea of how Israel is like America's at the beck and call of Israel for like no reason. People say like the Illuminati is like run by Jews. You know, Jews run Hollywood. That whole fucking bullshit stuff. All countries will have contraception camp for Muslims. I don't know about that. I just don't think fundamentalism is a good way to go. I think the best thing is let like, you can do whatever you want, you just can't push your beliefs onto other people. Like, you can try and recruit people, but you can't, like, you know, force people, and contraception camp is killing me. How did you read that so poorly? Wait. Concentration camp. What did I say? This damn AI shit doesn't know how to work properly sometimes, guys. You know, words are just words sometimes. There's no contraception camp. That's one of the better ones, guys. I love these bloopers. Because I'm retarded. Oh, great. Yep. It is what it is, guys. Implementation difficulties. Creating a fair class-based system is complex. Factors like wealth beyond income, regional cost of living differences, and access to opportunities would need careful consideration to avoid oversimplification. Political divides. The transition might face opposition from groups with differing ideologies. Some may see it as abandoning commitments to racial or gender equity, while others might resist any system perceived as redistributive. Conclusion. Despite these challenges, the momentum toward addressing economic inequality as a primary driver of disparity is strong. Over the next 10 years, the decline in DEI frameworks, criticized for its focus on immutable characteristics, combined with the practical advantages of income-based systems, makes the switch to class-based approaches highly likely. Societies are increasingly seeking inclusive, measurable ways to promote fairness, and focus on income aligns with that goal. While resistance and logistical hurdles exist, the trend suggests that class-based systems will become a central part of policy reforms in the coming decade. Nice. Sounds about right. What do you guys think? I want to take a vacation to China anyways, though. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm too focused on the China talk, sorry. Well, I mean, fair enough. We can watch more China show if you guys want. See what they have to say. People that get actual video from China that lived in China and literally got kicked out of China because they were trying to, like, they were, like, you know, basically promoting things.
It could be, if it's a slightly windy day or anything, people have stuff on their balconies that just falls off.
True.
Anyway, let's move on.
So much material.
Yeah. To the ancient kung fu practice of, what would you even call it?
Ball smash?
Yeah, maybe.
I did a whole video on it.
Yes. I would take that volume down. We're going to get copyright.
What?
Why would you even set that up?
Pause that real quick.
Okay, I will. If I can find the pause button.
You might wonder what's happening. It looks almost a bit robotic. Remember we said
you need to realize they're only getting videos from China sent to them that agree with their reviews. Well, I mean, how do you say this? Like, yes, that's true, but videos of, like, things exploding and terrible things happening in China that they, like, continuously cover, left-wing and right-wing media gets fed slop. It's just different flavor. Yeah, but, like, the amount of things, and it's like, you know, How many times a day do you see factories exploding in the U.S.? How many times a day do you see people, like, basically, like, having their homes demolished? Like, I don't know if you know, but there's, like, the Chinese woman who had, like, the government basically re-seized her land and, like, killed all of her pigs. I mean, there's 1 billion people in China. They're going to have a lot more instances of mistakes going on. But if you looked at the developed areas of China and the developed areas of the U.S., the U.S. has more developed areas than China does. A lot of China is, like, underdeveloped and, like, almost third world country type shit. It's only, like, the main, like, 100 cities or so that are, like, the main line that actually gets, you know, the attention of the government, let's say.
In China, they call robots Roberts because famous, I shouldn't say famous, state media couldn't pronounce robots. They called it Roberts, so we call them Roberts. The Roberts are kind of taking over China, but they're not happy with people. They don't like people.
Yeah.
And so actually, this is a bit robotic here. This is one of those massage.
I think you're stretching.
No, because it's from the. You know where it's from?
Yeah, I know. It's from that. Yeah, it's from that clip. Yeah.
So it's in this facility where they have.
Sure, but that's a benefit of capitalism. At the end of the day, corporations gain something from developing that land. Yep. That's fair.
Now, we did find a version. We had to dig deep with the actual audio.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know what's going on here, this is called cupping. And it's very common in Chinese traditional medicine. I've had it done myself, but it's usually little glass globe things, you know, and a cup, and then they put alcohol in it, and they set it on fire and quickly put it on your back, and then, of course, the fire sucks up all the oxygen, so it creates like a suction, a vacuum inside. And
Let's
then
get some engagement by me saying, it's bullshit. It doesn't
anyway,
do shit.
it's what it does is it creates like a bruise.
Yes.
Because what it does is
Get hurt?
it sucks the blood like basically to the
You
surface.
heard about
of the
Iran and
skin.
Israel last
And,
night?
You know, according to the logic here, is that kind
That
of
was
shocks your
fucked up.
system into repairing itself, that type of thing.
I think that's the most reasonable logic. I think the actual logic is not that.
Yeah, well, and that's my
It's because of like your blood is toxic and stuff. So it
what they
removes-
do is they're like, look, this spot is darker, so
Yeah.
that means your liver has got like
toxins
in this
and
spot.
stuff. It's like,
Yeah.
bro, no.
Yeah. Anyway, let's take a look because this is the biggest cupping I've ever seen. It looks like a massive like sewer pipe.
Yeah. We found.
Oh, you found the original
yeah.
audio.
Let's
Okay,
listen.
that's good.
Turn
That's
it
good.
up, yeah.
All right, it's up.
Oh, it turns out it was the Roberts were doing it.
It was.
Yeah.
Anyway, what's new in China? This is kind of important. This happened a couple of days before the anniversary of the Tiananmen Square massacre. A guy watching the flag raising, and for those of you who don't know, it's probably the most nationalistic thing you can do in China is to go to Tiananmen Square in the morning to watch the flag raising.
You're true.
Some people travel across the entire country to go and see it.
Yes.
Okay. This guy just rushed it.
That's ballsy. This guy's he's toast. Yeah, it's just toast.
He is toast. Now, one thing that's interesting is you see a lot of plainclothes police and security personnel went to tackle him.
Yeah.
You'll see this. I want you to pay attention to this uniformed guy. Here comes the pro.
Oh, I like the blooper there.
Yeah. You're not so cool now, are you? Stupid wanker.
He's screwed too.
Yeah, he's gonna be in trouble too, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's like, I hope no one saw that.
I mean, that's just self-sabotage at that point.
Yep.
He done for, boys. He gone. You never see him again.
Victims, the thousands of students that were killed in 1989.
You would hope so, but it's hard to tell, really.
Yeah.
The thing is, because it's a sensitive time, it would be the time to make a statement.
It would, and that's why I think it was. You know, usually something.
I like how they have a vehicle ready there to
because
cart
they
people
know.
away.
They know it's around this time. It's so sensitive. That's why they had so many people, you know, ready to.
Ready to take him out.
You know, the first time I went to Beijing, It just so happened very randomly that I went on the anniversary, and I tried to go to Tiananmen Square on the actual anniversary, and it was messed up.
Yeah.
There was just so much security. They wouldn't let me in. And I was like, what's going on, you know? Anyway, what's going on here?
So this is I believe this is in Wuhan, but it could be in one of the other places.
Did I skip the whole thing? I'm sorry. Let me just get to it.
All right.
Okay.
Just enjoy this clip again here. Give a thumbs up, by the way, for that guy that just gave his life away. Give a thumbs up to the stream.
Sure.
That is black.
I mean, that would happen in America too if you tried to crash a military parade.
I did.
Yeah, but the question, Beezus, is why would you crash a military parade? Other than just being retarded. But, you know, you can't talk about Tiananmen Square in China. So it's like... they're just trying to prevent anyone from making a scene. It's not like they're celebrating anything. They're just, you know, doing whatever. They just know it's a bad time because people try to bring it up, and they're not allowed to talk about it.
I'll tell you
Who knows? Just watch when it happens at a huge one in Washington. Oh, no. I'm just saying they're stupid, Beezus. The one on the 14th, the military parade on the 14th is going to be fucked up, dude. But then again, it's the military. Why the fuck would you go to a military parade and try to fuck with it? You're going to get fucked up.
the information. You might have it in your notes if you pull it up.
Okay.
While I talk about this.
I mean, it's China, I can tell you that.
I mean, I won't even intend to speak about what they can talk about in China since I've never been there. Oh, no, it's just, you're completely right in the fact of what you're saying, that, like, there is a bias on them, right? That's why it's like, they don't 100% cover all the terrible things that are happening. Like, they have funny things that are happening, they have interesting things that are happening, they'll report on good things that happen. But it's like, there are just a significant amount of, like, bad things that are happening. And they only do the show once a week, so it's like, every week they have this whole build-up of stuff, right? So it kind of makes sense.
Yes, I know, but it's I feel like it's a pretty big city.
I believe it's Wuhan.
Okay.
Sorry, is this June 1st?
Maybe.
Yinzhou, Ningbo?
Yeah, it's Ningbo.
Ningbo, Zhejiang. Okay, sorry, Zhejiang. Eastern China near Shanghai.
Yeah.
Ningbo.
Yeah, Ningbo, yeah.
So they're dumping just... I mean, that was right. And usually you see that stuff around China all the time, right? But this is a situation where you're seeing it in the middle of the city where it's going into, like, the public park, basically.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's just disgusting.
Yep. Guys, Zhang Meifang, who has blocked me on Twitter a long time ago because she just can't handle the heat, she's a verified account. That means
a government official.
It says they're verified. This account is verified because it is a government or, you know, whatever.
This shit's funny.
International organization, or I can't see from here. Yeah. Multilateral, yeah.
Apparently they get all these protections.
Well, of course.
CCP is...
CCP, you know, they're
X
allowed...
loves the CCP.
Yeah, they're allowed to be on X/Twitter/ whatever you call it. Anyway, the reason I'm pointing this out is this is a government official.
Yes.
It's 100% a government official. And this is what she posted. She said, the J-20 vertical takeoff and landing was completed successfully without the need for a runway. Now let's take a look.
That's a Chinese jet.
Yes.
Does that look real to you?
Guys. Okay, first of all, is this a balloon? Is this like a balloon? Is this like a party balloon that's blown up with helium inside? What's going on here?
Where's the jets under it that make it do that?
Anyone who knows about vertical takeoff and landing, like a Harrier jump jet or something, you see it's got like these twisting jets, so the nozzles point downwards so that it can create the thrust to lift off. This doesn't have that capability. In fact, I know, and also look at the wheel. It stayed flat like for a while. You see the one in the background there? It's still flat because it's like the image from the ground or whatever.
This is AI slop.
It's rubbish. Of course it is. This is footage of a real J-20 taking off, okay, which I found, which is perfect because you can see by the sky, #sky don't lie.
Yeah.
This is really China over here. It needs a runway, and it takes a long time to take off, just like any fighter jet, you know? It needs a runway. But we're talking about a Chinese government official putting out that fake slop nonsense and pretending it's real.
This will be relevant for later, but I just have a statement.
Okay.
Dear Elon.
AI videos on YouTube are killing me right now.
X.
Yeah.
Why?
I love AI. I love AI slop.
Verified government
I think it's
official
fucking
accounts
hilarious.
That have the highest badge of honor.
Yep.
Posting literal war adjacent fake AI slop propaganda aimed at demoralizing your country people.
Yes.
Why is that allowed?
It is allowed. You
It's
know?
promoted.
It's like, look at our fancy jets. They can take off and land without any runway, which, by the way, they can't.
No.
Just to dispel that, they can't. This particular fire...
Community note that shit, guys.
Exactly.
You guys out there watching right now, if you're on X, go community note that. Embarrass the shit out of that account.
I can't because she's blocked me,
Yeah,
so I can't even
other people
reply.
can.
Yeah, that's true. Is this in Shanghai, this fire, I believe? This first one?
Let's pull it up. I believe so, yeah. So the earliest thing, you can just play it for now.
Okay.
这么大呀，火苗子都这么大。天哪，还着的还越来越厉害。
Yes.
So what was this one?
Is this the Oasis?
Is it the Oasis?
You should have a title of.
No, this is not. This is the one that happened before that, remember?
Oh, is this a previous one?
Yeah, it's a previous one.
Not the tire factory.
No,
one.
no, it's before that.
Okay, we'll have to just keep playing.
Okay.
We'll pull it up later.
It's pretty important because it ties into everything. See if you can find the right... I did give you the notes earlier, much like a couple days ago, because this happened a few days ago.
I love this
is
shit.
Another factory that was set on fire because of a wage dispute, because wages were owed, and I believe it was in Shanghai. Let's see. What do we got over here?
It was June 3rd. It was Xi'an.
Oh, it's Xi'an.
Shanxi. You know where those terracotta warriors
Oh,
were?
it has that. Oh, okay, yes.
They were owed wages, so they burned down the factory. So that's our first... The reason I'm not so well versed on that one is because the bulk of them, like an entire coordinated, what it looks like to be a coordinated event, happened on another day.
Yeah, we're going to get to that.
We'll seen any of the book Bigfoot AI
this is
stuff?
kind of the precursor.
Yes. Oh my god, that shit's hilarious. But anyways, it is what it is, right? They do their own thing. It's just information, right? You gotta take it with a grain of salt at the end of the day, right? No one's perfect. Everyone's biased in their own way. And again, the footage is probably biased as well. And you have to consider China is a lot larger, right? So there are very valid facts. But I'm tired as shit. So I'm gonna call it here, guys. But hey, we had a good day today. We finished up Cryogen, so all we got to do is a couple of side things, and we can get it posted and done, and that's it, right? So, and we also figured that apparently we're pretty good / bad at making titles, which is great. Always something to improve on, right? So remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, boys, who we raiding today? Ha ha ha! You just keep winning! I just keep winning! It is rigged. It is so rigged. You have no idea how rigged it is. Aha! Back on the rotation, boys, because we found him for once.